好，选择打单路。
这波重来。
是的。但这个治疗豆好像没有跳出来，把双龙先给解了。这是一个好消息。哎，现在的话野猪瞬间下了。
手机卡被卡住了，刚刚。
然后那有机会。
是啊，有非常有机会。雪球。但
现在过牌应该是可以直接把斩杀了，对的。
哦，恭喜一下 CIS， 恭喜！
樵夫气球打一波，但这波有火球，对，但这波没什么太大威胁，这波进攻的，哎，但火球有点歪，没有砸到这个双龙，然后补了一个冰冻，
火球那这波要砸2下嘛？打2下，这个绝对打2下。恭喜一下 Red 和 Rick Jones 的 Pronos 的骨骼是拿下了第1小局。其实就 Blizzard 这边他很难打出伤害。
哎，但是这个牢笼交的有点，这牢笼难道就是故意？
是，还好有一个滚筒。
左边他选择不接了。
那这样的话，费用上就会很亏啊。
但是现在这个积攒的费用，哇，这个铜炮手架着火枪手直接把这个青龙又点死了，然后骨球已经进塔了，只能用毒药选择防守。现在2个迫击炮架起来了，这波感觉已经守不住了。
守不住了。
果然是火枪手，
是的，这个左边还有一炮。
是的，火枪手加这个骑士还是不太够解这个小费。
恭喜一下 Blizzard， 自己的迫击炮小费是拿下这场比赛。
Maybe I should get back to battling. Oh, one more video couldn't hurt, right?
Subscribe.
This is the best Halloween ever! Nothing could spoil this. Uh-oh, meteor.
I'm sorry, what? I don't speak Gollum. Does anyone here
Now this is the best Halloween ever. Oh!
Good video. Very good. I do hope the Blue King loses in this next one, though.
Subscribe.
Moja, saduja, go tam, alinka, Clash Royale.
He does have the lightning, which is going to help get that damage down on the tower.
And it's going to help him remove that hunter. So placing the fisherman away from the tower, so the lightning can't get everything.
The one issue he has there is that that pull ended up pulling the Goblin Giant away from anything on the tower. It doesn't look like it will. I think that's going to be it. D-King Fireball right into the tower, and Sado falls again. Interesting way to break your cycle for Expo Master, going a little bit too aggressive, and that might come back to bite him, as this tornado is good. The back is getting hit by a couple of skeletons. 635, 612.
Back in this game, less than 100 apart. Hogs going to the cage. Another poison comes down.
It was going also right for Expo Master. He decides to change his cycle ever so slightly, and that might actually cost him this game. We're gonna have to see. There is the graveyard.
25 seconds, units crossing in the Hogs on a race. They want to finish the game right now, and Yomitsu!
Send a solo mini P.E.K.K.A down that right-hand side, gets a big connection when there's only 25 seconds remaining. Could that be the difference between these two players? Another Rage of Sparky getting close. Another Sparky loaded up. EQ is down.
Oh, the mini P.E.K.K.A slowed down.
Oh, he got a hit. 1-2-2.
The spell damage down, and light. He's on a race, but it's too slow. Raged up, but Hog Rider goes in first. EQ damage from CRS.
Down. The skeleton dragons are down. Balloon is pulled into that, but the balloon doesn't get hit by that big fireball. And now Rage, there's the freeze. I think the balloon was healed as well. That's going to complete that tower. That tower is gone. Built up around that tower, 1139. There's just too many answers from Nuri against what Blizzard has. The only thing I can really see getting massive connections. Yeah, Blizzard, okay, they fixed it. The only thing I can see is the mortars getting big hits like this. One skeleton again getting another hit. Now there's two mortars on the tower. And suddenly, just like that, the mortars coming in absolute clutch. It is raining destruction.
Maybe I should get back to battling. Oh, one more video couldn't hurt, right?
Subscribe. Subscribe.
这两小滚木斩杀吗？还是水球预判吗？
Nova.
마법들도 있고요. 파이어볼만 돌아가. 네, 마무리도 있습니다.
Still the baby dragons are alive, and that sweet round roller.
他这个套式就进来。
好，拿到了3星。
恭喜 TDG 啊！
スイプを回して KK 選手勝ち切りました。
Be careful, but still cannon.
That tower was down so quickly.
再加一个滚木，
斩杀了。
恭喜一下 WEGM。
2, and that's it. 3-0 grand finals. Bob is your Clash Royale League East champion. Nova Esports.
타이탄과의 경기는 저의 탈론이었다.
TTG.
コースとなりました。
Hits against Game W.
優勝はハブゲーミング。
クラロアリーグイスト東湾最終中流祭ファイシーズン頑張ります。フォーシーズンウイスト頑張ります。ファイティング。
Welcome everyone to Clash Royale League East Fall Season. My name is Simon. With me today, as always, G-Clef. How's it going, buddy?
Great. Week 3. Still got a lot of Clash action to go through. I'm just happy that it's going to be all weekend until November 1st. I wish we just had it for all year. All year, 2020, 2021, 2022.
Just never stop.
Never stopping, but we stopped with the Clan Wars. We had the number 2 coming soon. I'm pretty excited about that.
We'll see how it goes. I'm hesitantly excited. I'm anticipating what's to come in the next update. It's gonna be cool. Like, our clan, kind of middling.
I don't want to
exactly
talk about our clan. I don't want to talk about our clan and cast. Come on.
All right, let's talk about some real players now. Okay, we had a fantastic week last week. We had 3 or 4 all kills.
Lots of 2-0s happening all over the board last weekend.
It legitimately felt like we started and then we were already going home. Like, some of these matches were so quick. King of the Hill ended in an all kill. We had CRS getting an all kill, Nuri getting a reverse, getting an all kill. Was it Blizzard getting the reverse sweep? I mean, there was just so much going on last week. It was an incredible week, and we saw a lot of cool 2v2 action.
Oh yeah, that too. 2v2 is falling into very standard until we have something like the giant skeleton ban we had once and a freeze ban. So those bans are kicking in a little bit more than week 1. So I'm expecting to see some more, less of that tornado ban and something else. And also not to forget MVP of week 2, no Mitsu.
There were so many people to choose from.
TTG.
So many players to choose from, but he thoroughly deserved it. As you can see in the standings, Nova Esports and TTG currently at the top of the table. TTG do have the chance today to go number 1 instead of number 2. Then it's Panos, Talon, Timing, Fav, Kicks, and then WEDGM.
Yes.
Today we have TTG versus Nova Esports. First versus second, then Panos versus Talon. Third versus fourth, and then Timing versus WEDGM. 5th versus 8th. 8th G-Clef, WEDGM. Not even in their second spot. That's where they live.
Okay, I want to say a lot, but I want to just save that for like week 6 and talk about them later, because I still think there's much room for them to improve, especially if they go to that 1v1. But a lot of those times they even got their chances to play that 1v1 player, oftentimes their King of the Hill just...
Yeah.
And then the match was over. It started with 2v2 oftentimes, but their King of the Hill, for some reason, their deck choices were just pretty much standard, nothing out of ordinary, so they haven't been performing that well. Really starting this week, they gotta bring something else. They tried it a little bit last week, so I'm expecting a lot more changes to come through, and then they will start to rise.
I hope so. I do hope so, because like WEDGM, they are one of the few teams that remain unchanged.
Yeah,
through this season.
I still have faith. Their roster is super stacked. They're super strong, great players, but the results were just not up to par yet.
Admittedly, they have played some tough teams. They did play Nova and Kicks first week, so that was last season's first and third. Not Nova. It was Fav and Kicks. Last season's first and third. It was a rough starting week, but that rough week continued into week 2. So we're going to have to see what happens in week 3 for them. But let's talk about who we have on the screen. TTG versus Nova Esports. This match, G-Clef. Nova Esports, in that summer break, raided TTG. They took AUK and D-King. They absolutely raided TTG, but TTG are here, and they're still looking super strong.
A lot of expectations, not for TTG. Similar for Talon and Team Timing, was a lot lower compared to the other teams. Now everything has been somewhat mixed. It's a big mixture, and by the end of week 2, a lot of the top teams are actually at the bottom or middle ground. A lot of the bottom expected teams are actually near the top. So let's see what happens in week 3. And of course, TTG, Nova, both having really high expectations. But so far, Nova's doing all right. And TTG,
they're doing really well. New Michi probably might have like a point to prove today.
And isn't this our first China versus China? Offline.
Yes.
Of the season, I think so.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Taking a look at the 2v2 records, as you can see on the right-hand side, Nova Esports, 100% win rate on D-King, 80% on AUK, 40% on LCOP, and 0 on Lil Chen, whereas TTG are a very small team. Numichi and Huyi, 60%. That's a respectable record coming in at this point, and here are the 2 in China players for TTG.
The 2v2.
Huyi and Nuamichu.
That's right. I think Huyi's got a different hairstyle today.
Don't forget the other 2 players for that team, Boss and Famous Kid, are currently in their home countries. Boss in the US. Famous Kid
in Singapore?
Yeah, I think so.
I believe it was Singapore. And we're actually, this is pretty cool. First time actually using offline both sides. It was always just on one side, having an online match. And LCOP and the entire team. Never mind.
Entire team. There's the entire team of Nova minus CRS, who is at home, probably with his slippers on, looking forward to today's action. We'll see whether he plays a part in today's matches, because the Nova team is bigger, which means they have more players to rotate through.
Yes.
And CRS all killed last week on Saturday. On Sunday, he lost 2-1 to Expo. I had it written down somewhere.
Yeah, bring that back up. Yeah, the duo is Nuamitsu and Huyi from TTG, and for Nova, we had it on the screen. Little Chen and LCOP.
Little Chen and LCOP together don't have the greatest of records from what I can tell. Yeah, they're 0-1. They lost 2-0 to Team Timing. Little Chen and LCOP together. What do you think of that mix, G-Clef? Because AUK and
AUK D-King, AUK LCOP, those pairs were tried on stage, but it's already week 3, and I think they tried a couple of duo on stage, and I think it's about time Nova Esports, they put on their best. If this is their best, they just gotta show on stage right now.
Well, you said it's still early days. It's week 3. This is a double round robin tournament, so everyone's going to play each other twice. So if you do take the first 3-4 weeks, especially in the position that Nova is in, 2 and 1, sitting at the top right now, you can rotate those players in. You can try new things. And when things do start going wrong, then you go, okay, let's go back to what worked. TTG do not have that luxury. They don't have players really to rotate. I don't think they want to put Boss and Famous Kid in a 2v2 together because online issues, there's voice comms, there's language issues might come up for Famous Kid. I'm not sure about how good his English is, but there might be those kind of issues coming in. So I think they're going to stick with this duo for the whole season.
And for now, TTG, their walls are still very solid. It's only a single wall, but that's good enough for them to actually defend in lots of cases, and it's working fine, so they don't really have to worry about their core yet. But Nova Esports, they're trying a lot of different types of walls, like different types of bricks, I would say. Let's see which one works the best, but so far, like LCOP's form in 1v1 and 2v2 has been rising up. We could see that throughout week 1 and 2. Little Chen, I'm not quite sure how much he has improved.
Well, he's gonna have to try and show it today because out of everyone on this team, he does kind of have the weakest record at 0-1. Admittedly, he has only played 1 2v2 with LCOP against Sado and Greed, so still time for him to come into it. Still time for him to prove, to prove he deserves this spot in this team.
Yeah, he's got to take 2v2 and maybe even 1v1 games, because so far, even last season, Little Chen hasn't been performing well enough in the team, and always as a player himself, you gotta prove your worth in the team, or else, you know, rosters do change.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking realistically, man.
I was looking at the screen then, and Granzo looks so lonely up on the podium on his own.
Since all the players went down.
Yeah. Okay, so last week we saw Nuamichi and Hui play Loon. They played the Lumberjack version of Loon. And then they played Royal Giant. Whereas together, Little Chen and LCOP, the games they played, they both brought Royal Giants, and it didn't work out. Do you think they're going to go for that style again? Because Royal Giant is so popular in 2v2, as is the Loon.
So I do want to talk about, as we have some more time before we hop into 2v2, maybe we're having some kind of setup time for now. And Nova, how they were handling the 2v2, I think the RGs were fine, but most of the time they brought double fireball. And when they're caught by having double fireball, which means you don't have an extra poison, you can't fit everything into into the deck. We had more skeleton dragons, double fireball, perfect. You can just have it every single time when you need it. But when you don't need to have double fireball, that's when Nova Esports really have to sacrifice their cycle, and they don't have the right spell card when they need to.
I think we'll see like ebbs and waves with skeleton dragons and fireballs. I think in some weeks we're going to get a lot more skeleton dragons when fireball is slightly less popular. When people start bringing more fireballs, the skeleton dragons will disappear. And I think they're going to go for this back and forth relationship, because in 2v2, the fact there are 2 sets of fireballs really does ruin the chances of cards like skeleton dragons.
Of course. And in the middle, because of that, we have, of course, Tornado Band. So let's skip through. Because of those heavier, especially fireball poison, there has been some baits, especially when Tornado, because Tornado is basically always banned in 2v2. We had some lots of skeleton barrel, some even goblin barrels coming out from all regions in 2v2.
We could see the giant skeleton.
No C word, please.
Giant skeleton mirror clone with the skeleton barrel. That's definitely. We tried that just before the broadcast, and let's just say
it worked every time.
It worked every time.
I can't believe I'm saying this. It must be a dream, right?
It was ridiculous. I love that deck. I don't want to say it too much, but as a clutch deck, I think it should be played a bit more because it's so powerful.
The number of skeletons that were popping up from those barrels almost broke my phone. Almost broke my CPU.
All right. So I think we should be getting into this one relatively soon.
I think there's just having the comms and everything set up perfectly before we actually go into 2v2.
There's LCOP and Little Chen. Little Chen looks relatively comfortable, I would say.
Yeah.
Relatively.
Yeah, LCOP always confident on stage. I mean, I have been watching a lot of old Chinese games, from last year and the year before, and there's lots of their playstyle has changed. It has gotten a lot more mixed in meta where they were okay, it seems like we're finally getting into 2v2. Lovely.
You could have finished that sentence, G-Clef. Okay, in red at the top, Nova's Little Chen and Elsiop. In blue at the bottom, Nuomichi and Huyi. The two oldest members of TTG, both 90s kids, which makes me feel old as I'm an 80s kid. And we see Giant Skeleton straight away played at the back.
And just the Giant Skeleton, is it with the RG from Nova? That's the common combination. And they do have a poison this time. Just burning through that Musketeer and damaging the tower just a little bit. Okay, with the Lumberjack, we're expecting the combo. What is it to follow that up on the right side?
We do often see Balloon with the Lumberjack in 2v2.
Nothing.
I think it's just cycle, yeah. Cycling, let it go, try and get both players' cycles into a part where they synergize with each other.
All right. Yeah, just got that Lumberjack through, and this Fisherman will actually catch a slap into the tower. Not so bad of a start for Nova Esports.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage. Both teams kind of just feeling each other out. We've seen 2v2s where off the bat it just goes absolutely insane. This one is a lot slower in comparison. They're just kind of feeling each other out, finding what each deck is all about, and that Musketeer is just going to fall to the bomb, and cycling Skeletons at the back for TTG.
Nice slog there to just push the Miner through to keep that Musketeer alive. Just cycling through so that they can actually wait for that double elixir time. 20 seconds left.
There is another Giant Skeleton play. So Giant Skeleton slowing down the play. There is the Balloon from TTG. Is it going to be able to get through? The Goblin Cage is good. It is going to pull the Balloon this time round. Fireball to try and delete that Musketeer, and it does. The Hunter is out of position. Is that going to be a drop? There's a freeze! And another freeze! And that's two freezes!
That's a defensive freeze, so they can get the Balloon without the second drop. But still, the play before that to let it connect was near perfect, making sure that the Fireball takes the rest of the cage damage. Pretty cool for TTG.
I was going to lose my mind. I thought they were double freezing there because I couldn't see the colors properly. Okay, that Balloon doesn't quite make it there.
Yeah, still the death damage connects, so down to 3 digits, 919 on top. Now here comes the Graveyard.
And a Graveyard against the Lumberjack and a Musketeer is not going to get a lot of damage, and Nova are in a lot of trouble just based on deck construction right now.
Yeah, their freeze might be back, but Musketeer was quite far away, so Nova does not try that again. It's a defensive freeze and an offensive freeze from TTG. Balloon gets knocked back by the Snowball, so this one is safe and doesn't even take that death damage.
But both teams looking really good right now. Now that the Giant Skeleton is there to kind of tank the tower a little bit, they go in for another Graveyard. But again, that was only like 100 damage.
Even worse now, King Tower activation was there. So I think TTG literally just got it. They just have to put a few more death damage into it, but the defensive Hunter from Nova is making it tough.
But they have the Miner. They can just slowly chip away with the Miner over time. They can use that Fireball. They don't really have to push too hard as long as they can keep up the defense against what Nova keep bringing.
Time is working for TTG. Here comes another Graveyard. Nova, they need a perfect freeze, and this time might be it, but there are way too many things defending it.
Yeah, there was the Skeletons played at the back. That really helped out to take out a couple of, like, to take 3 or 4 Skeletons off the board, and then the tower came back online. Miner played right at the back. The Hunter is looking, and a very late King Tower activation for Nova. I don't think that's going to make much of a difference. There's the freeze, and the Balloon is going to connect. TTG with a statement. Game 1.
Love the freeze timing. All the timing from especially TTG. Not much for Nova, of course, because they were having a freeze. They had to use it defensively, or else it was going to be worse. Like a second drop with the initial Balloon attack, and a few more from the bridge. And once you start using it defensively, you know the game's not really going for your own way. Nova had their chance, but TTG just in a better fashion in game 1.
That Graveyard never really took hold. Like we see in 1v1, a lot of the times Graveyard is like a switch. you play it once and you can take a tower. In 2v2, that's a lot more difficult because there's a lot more defensive tools able to be played. We have the Lumberjack there, we have the Musketeer, the Giant Skeleton, the Log. Just too many tools to take it out. If they needed to, the Giant Snowball was there as well. So I think the Graveyard may have been the misstep. I think definitely TTG had this matchup sewn up right at the beginning.
But I do think Nova was totally ready.
我滚一下你火球吧，要不
balloon.
看他交不交建筑。
They had the cage. They even had Hunter, the snowball, so a lot of anti-balloon cards. They were ready.
冰了，冰了，冰了。
But the timings of these freeze,
手手手，全力手。好。
which Nova didn't expect at the beginning, that was big, and the late graveyard also didn't really help after the King Tower activation. You kind of know where the freeze is going to be, so TTG just placed everything away. Even that, catching everything in the freeze was not enough.
Yeah, and there were enough bodies around just to fill the space where the skeletons would be spawning because it was over to the side, so the Giant Skeleton could tank, the Musketeer could tank. 2 skeletons end up missing the freeze, and after that it was just kind of routine for TTG. They didn't have to push too hard. They didn't even really need to do this freeze. They just wanted to finish it, and it looked as though Nova knew it was over and let it go because they could have stopped it. But when you're 1,500 behind and there's like a minute left, what really can you do, G?
It's hard. Now, when you do have the cage, but if your brawler is not really crossing the bridge because of the defending Giant Skeleton, so if you're really thinking like you're expecting a Giant Skeleton from the opposite side, is it time to bring a Fisherman to drag it towards the center so all your troops can go over the bridge with the Graveyard? Do you think that's a better combination? But they still needed at least the Musketeer and the Hunter against the Balloon.
Yeah, they'd still need a lot more stuff.
Yeah, so Nova, they had the cage and thought it was enough for the Balloon drop, and it takes more than a drop for the cage, so Balloon actually stays on top of the cage for like a second, right? But before that, TTG just spelled it down so the Balloon could immediately go to the tower. That was the cool part with the freeze.
But then they were also catching the Musketeer and the Hunter to give that little bit of a knockback off the Fireball. And it was really smart play, the Fireball. But you gotta question Nova's positioning of units a little bit. Making everything clump up that much around the cage so that a Fireball does come in and wipe nearly everything out. Maybe the Musketeer could have been a little bit more to the side.
So I'm telling you, man, the Fisherman should pull air.
Just pulls the Balloon to the ground, it crashes. All right,
King Tower activation with Fisherman.
We're into game 2 right now between Nova's Lil Chen and Elsiop and TTG, Nuomichi and Huyi. Nuomichi and Huyi did take game 1 with that freeze loon. What are they gonna bring? Are they gonna bring the same deck 2 games in a row?
So
or are they gonna bring something different?
So the real question is, what's better than the Balloon Freeze combination that we saw more than 13 times already?
It feels like it's been every game, but I know there have been RGRG games and Balloon, Lava Hounds, but here we go. Bats in on the defense. Poison does come down to delete those off the board, and some of these skeletons getting just a little bit of damage. The Musketeer in. Yeah, that's...
It's not yet time for Christmas, guys, but it was there was a mini celebration there.
Okay.
Saying, oh, we won game 1. Okay.
Let's give you a chance. Okay. Besides that, that's gonna make it a little. Is that gonna make it hard to come back in?
If it was double elixir timing, it was going to be crazy hard. But here comes the Fisherman now. This is what I'm talking.
Oh, but that pulls the Giant Skeleton back across the bridge, so there's nothing to tank for this Graveyard.
The timing was a little bit iffy there for Nova. Still not too bad for doing some minor damage with that Graveyard. And all they can do basically is wait for the Graveyard. I think they wanted to push just a little more because of that freeze, but didn't really work out perfect.
Yep. Okay, Giant Skeleton played here, and another Giant Skeleton Is it going to be able to block off the bridge? It's not. The Princess Tower is actually connected onto the giant skeleton at the bridge. So these skeletons are going to try and get some damage in. The poison is there too. And just like that, that tower is very low, 1,089. And the first balloon comes down right into the path of 2 skeleton dragons.
Oh, good heal spirit, healing up the balloon. When it comes to the hunter and the knockback from the snowball, even with the rage, doesn't really do too much damage at all onto the right compared to that. Nova doing a whole lot more. The brawler getting a punch in. That's a big help for them too.
Yeah, defensively this time round, Nova look much, much better against what TTG are bringing here. And it's also these graveyards kind of getting purchased. There's a second graveyard on top of the old
one.
one.
Oh, the giant skeleton's right next to it, so it has to drag it down, but...
The problem with that is they still take a lot of damage. Down to 320, the balloon does get a drop on the top right though.
But the bottom tower will be gone with few spell cycle. They do have the poison, snowball, few more will finish the game. So right before that, TTG trying to get their last attack with the balloon so far.
Can this balloon get through? The freeze comes down on the bottom left. No, not in time. Nova take game 2 with just a few alterations to their deck in game 1. They managed to bring it back. The skeleton dragons worked perfectly.
Yeah, plus the fishermen, I think they wanted to just open up the bridge and not just opening up, not taking the death damage into any of their unit is the key. First graveyard, before the double elixir time, so it couldn't really work out perfect. But even without the freeze, Nova, they were getting a lot of the damage in, even with that musketeer positioned right next to King Tower.
Yeah, a great game this time round by Nova. The little adjustments between game 1 and game 2 really did come in clutch. It really helped out. The fisherman, as you said, pulling away the giant skeleton was a huge change. And you called it before the start of the game. Like, that is something they might need to do to use that graveyard effectively.
Yeah, I think so. I think they need to keep it. Plus, little adjustments like the cage position right next to the river instead of being in the center instead, and placing the hunter after, making so that their hunter might not be in freeze. So these kind of small changes, the timing changes of their defense against the blue, so much better for Nova Esports in game 2.
Yeah, and there, that heal spirit coming in real strong, but that balloon was dropped right in the path of both skeleton dragons, which is kind of unfortunate for TTG. Very much, if that timing was anticipated by Nova, that was amazing recognition of what their opponents were going to do, because that was the first balloon.
This musketeer position, a lot better against the poison that came down. There's one more tile to the right, which is a little harder to actually catch with the poison.
So yeah, they did get a balloon dropped at TTG, but unfortunately too little, too late. 297 left on the tower. They do spend the fireball there. The miner's not going to do that much damage, and with the freeze, nothing they could do against that last graveyard, really. They had to go all in, and unfortunately the all in did not pay off. What are we going to see game 3? Is it going to be a repeat?
Yes.
Of the same decks?
I think a repeat from Nova. Maybe a small switch from TTG this time.
Okay.
Maybe without the lumberjack, but with more miner. I think oftentimes from especially the Japanese teams, it was either the miner balloon with double miner, double balloon, or like double lumberjack. So there wasn't really a mix in between with one lumberjack, one miner. So maybe switching it all into one can be better, or take one out, put more spells in instead. That can also work. So Nova Esports, I think they can still try the same, because game 2 their graveyard worked like a charm this time.
Yeah, the fishermen claim in clutch in game 2. What are we going to see in game 3 between these two? Are they going to completely change it up and bring Royal Giants? Are they going to bring more Freeze Loon? Are we going to see something crazy like the clone?
No.
We'll find out when we get into this game.
So because it's graveyard, I think it's safe to keep the lumberjack against those skeletons. And maybe just switch it up entire thing, and maybe just go for the baits and bring some Dark Goblins back against the graveyard. That's one of the best defensive tools that we always see.
But we don't really see much Dark Goblin
Yeah, we see a lot.
Defense in 2v2.
Yeah, we see a lot more archers.
Yeah.
So those can be the quick switches you can have instead of the musketeer, or we can literally go with the balloon. Similar thing with the skeleton dragon. We do still see some eagle limbs in 2v2.
Very
not
rarely
yet,
it
yeah,
feels.
Not that in CRL.
Yeah. In general 2v2. It's a very rare card to see in 2v2 because that elixir can build up.
And in scrims. That's the reason why I'm bringing up. It had good results. I mean, Golem, it's out there. We've seen it in 1v1.
Gerald bringing it last week.
Good
yeah.
win rate.
Oh, please no. Please don't let Elixir Golem take over 2v2. Normal Golem, I would be fine with. E-Golem, not so much.
That's true. Oh? Was there a timeout? I don't think so.
Maybe there was? There seems to be a lot of downtime between the games, so I assume a timeout was called after game 2 here.
Maybe. Not really getting the word 100%.
Because they're up, because the coaches are up
Yeah,
there.
you can literally communicate.
Yeah, they do it through the voice comms instead of having them come onto stage, which makes it a little harder to tell if a timeout is being called or not.
Yeah, and we can't tell if they're talking on the mic or not. But do like the replay where we can actually hear them, hear their voice comm. Of course, we cannot have the perfect understanding of what they're saying, but we can sort of understand their style and rhythm and what they are saying at which moment.
Yeah, LCUp and Lil Chen seem very, very calm. Whereas when we were on board with TTG, it was very much shouty, shouty, do this, do this, do this. Let's go, go, go. That's what it sounds like. My Chinese is
Zero.
So, all right, we're going to be getting into game 3, the deciding game in set 1 of this 2v2, as Little Chen and LCUp in red at the top against Nuamichi and Huyi in blue at the bottom.
Then you suddenly bring some bridge spam deck like Ram Hog.
Not against the realms of possibilities. Even with the cards we've seen so far, you could still go for Hogs, especially with the Heal Spirit, but I think RG might be a little bit more likely.
Yeah, with the Skeleton Heal Spirit. Can't really
Mind
tell.
you, we don't really see many building cards. The occasional Cage, sure, but...
Yeah, Cage or sometimes an Inferno.
But I mean, if you're running Royal Hogs, let's say, both players are running Royal Hogs, you can overrun that one building, because generally they only bring one building in 2v2.
Which is true. And there are a lot more fireballs too. So it can be hard. Depends if you actually bring the 3 Musketeer and how many other fireball baits you bring, like the Flying Machine or the Magic Archer. There are lots of fireball baits. That's already 4. What's Skeleton Dragon 5?
I mean, this is the first time I think in forever we have seen a 2v2 wait until the double elixir period to get going.
Is it?
We haven't seen it this season.
Not this season.
We didn't see it last season.
I remember a year ago where we just went down to Golem Mega Knight.
Oh, that
2v2.
was like, wasn't that spring?
That was maybe
like
more than a year ago.
Yeah, that was spring 2019.
I think so.
Forever and a day ago.
And Lumberloon.
There's a bomb tower board in. Musketeer is going to try to do what it can from the back, but that loon is now raged up. It is going to go down, and the loon from TTG is sneaking by on the right-hand side. Oh, decides to make a U-turn halfway through.
Will actually help the balloon, but the Musketeer seems just right enough for the death damage, only into Nova. They're going to try it again instantly on the right side with the balloon, but the Skeleton Dragons, and there are the fireballs. Musketeer does come, but just a little late, so TTG extra snowball there. So just response back and forth between the two. It seems to be, just rage and balloon.
Is that bomb tower going to pull it? It is. The Musketeer is there, but the Musketeer is on that balloon, so that balloon is not going to get the death damage. No, nothing getting done. This is going to be a game of centimeters. Both teams just defending flawlessly right now. They're going to try and poke to make a mistake from the other. And that Hunter may be the first one, because that Hunter was in no man's land for the longest of times.
That was a close one until the snowball kicked in for Nova Esports. TTG still pushing it through with some more damage, but no actual connection with that balloon. One connection can change everything in this setup. So again, TTG locked up this time with the giant skeleton, targeting onto that musketeer, which is gone already. TTG running pretty low on elixir.
Yeah, but
this might be in trouble.
I think they've got this. That's maybe just death damage on this one, but Nova instantly load up with the lumberjack and the balloon on the right hand side. And there's nothing here to defend. The freeze has to come out from TTG, but their skeleton dragons are not going to be able to stop this. And
that arrow from the Princess Tower saving the day. What a fireball, catching the dragons in the air and the balloon together. So TTG finally says, okay, we've got the elixir down to the ground.
So they just stuck back up. Giant Skeleton and the Loon on the left-hand side are coming in. Heal Spirit is there to give a big heal to that Giant Skeleton that's trying to tank everything up. The Hunter gets one big, meaty shot into that balloon, and it feels like it is over there.
Yeah, Hunter gets that shot onto the balloon. One's good, two's going to be the best. Comes this defensive snowball again, slowing it, the balloon down, not even in the range of the death damage. Giant Skeleton just trying to get the bridge war done, but it's just not working. So Nova switching up once again to the right.
The Musketeer locked onto the Lumberjack first. Is that going to hurt them? No, because the bomb tower has enough health to tank through one hit. And another defensive freeze comes down, this time from TTG. The Skeleton Dragons are going to be able to take that out, and everything is cleaned up very nicely. Do we have a bomb tower from TTG? We do not, and a freeze comes in from Nova, and that might be it. I think this balloon's going to connect Snowball at the last second, but time is up. Nova, Little Chen, and LCR. We said at the beginning of today, Little Chen does need to make a claim for his position on this team, and I think he did it today. That game was down to the wire, G.
Even before that final second, with Nova's own freeze coming down, with that heal spirit connection, I think it could have led into a shot into the tower where they were already winning, but the defensive fireball took it out. And some good moments, just switching back and forth. One moment where TTG thought, okay, we have an advantage, but they ended up spending a little too much on one side only, which was the left. And Nova immediately just locks it down on the right when we had the double elixir and the near triple elixir time. Then TTG started to fall apart. They were saying they were always falling behind, loading up things slower than before, which required a lot more spells to come down so the balloons don't connect, like the defensive fireball and also defensive freeze.
Well, at this point, there's 20 seconds left. I wasn't even aware of the time at this point. This defensive freeze does end up kind of costing them big because they just don't have the elixir to push through, and Nova barely took any damage. 10 seconds left, and I mean, TTG, they have a mountain to climb. That balloon is never gonna get to that tower.
Yeah, with this many defensive spells coming down from TTG, where they were supposed to use it so their own balloon can connect, so that it could at least do some more death damage or an actual connection into the tower, but it never really worked since they were busy using it defensively.
Yeah, basically in that mirror matchup, you had Nova Esports just playing the aggression a lot faster. Faster isn't really the word. A lot more aggressive than TTG played. Because TTG always felt like they were on the back foot, whereas Nova always felt like they were the ones forcing TTG to act.
Yeah, so TTG always had to respond.
Yeah.
In how Nova was trying to do, and if you are always responding, you can't really fall into a new cycle of creating your own attack. There are some timings where you can have that when you get that elixir advantage, but Nova was consistently pushing through left and right, so you can't really have that exact timing of a push.
And normally, sure, when you're on the defensive, you will build up a push because your troops will walk across the bridge. But unfortunately, you're running into a giant skeleton, so by the time your defensive troops do start to cross that bridge, there's a giant skeleton bomb and everything's dead. And you're like, well, there goes my counter
there goes my counter push with lumberjacks, skeleton dragons, the heal spirit, and everything together.
Just it was so hard for TTG to kind of push back in that game and try to get back onto the aggressive stance.
I'm pretty sure every single combination of duo from all the teams in CRL has tried this balloon matchup at least like 20-30 times or more than that, but this is it's just hard. It's just hard to get it through. Sometimes you miss one thing because of lacking one spell, where you have one extra spell that could save you from just having the tower going down. So yeah, it's got to be hard.
Do you think waiting until double elixir time was an issue?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Just putting it out there. All right.
I don't think so.
Time for King of the Hill. G-Clef, we're obviously going to see...
AUK D King LCF, yes. Or CRS.
I was going to say, like, we're definitely probably going to see Boss.
Ah, yeah.
Definitely probably going to see Nuomishi. Nuomitsu, sorry.
Nuomitsu,
and probably Famous Kid, right?
Yes.
That's got to be TTG's King of the Hill lineup. For Nova, though, D King does have 100%. He did all kill last week. So I mean, yeah, it's gonna be difficult for TTG to stay in this. D King's all kill was against Team Timing, where he beat Nuri, Sado, and Greed, each time bringing a different deck. So not much. It is going to be Famous Kid out of the gates for TTG.
And from Nova Esports, D King, I believe.
It's hard to say without the name coming up. Yeah, it is D King. So D King hot off that all kill last week, where the team still lost. Nova still lost the Team Timing down in that 1v1, but the King of the Hill, D King, swept it almost too easily. He made it look so easy. Famous Kid, however, is 1-2, I believe, right now. Yeah, 1-2. He did beat Hajime, but lost to Jack and has lost to Mugi. Does like his Giants right now, interestingly.
Yeah. All right, we're seeing some Giants. Can't believe I'm saying this. We've seen some Royal Giant Sparkies rolling around in top ladder and also Grand Challenge. Royal Giant Sparky, it's out there.
Somewhere paper thin is just rubbing his hands like, I've been playing that for years.
And some minor decks are coming back. And of course, the motor baits, that cycle has been gotten a lot more in popularity, not just with the graveyard, but just with a lot of goblins. A lot of goblins and skeleton barrel.
It felt like we had so many seasons where Mortar was out of favor. Like, it just wasn't as popular as it was. There were a few players who kind of die-harded on Mortar. But this season, it's come back. We saw last week with the double Mortars getting connections on the tower, and that tower just deleting itself.
Yeah, a lot of pros right now loving the Mortar deck. We're expecting a lot more Mortar decks to be played. What we had from last week. Very similar combination. Depends on the few spells that they choose at the end, but with Goblin Gang, Spear Goblins, and the Skeleton Barrel, that's basically it. You just cycle through and make sure your Mortar is in defense mode when you need it as a building. And as long as you're connecting some Skeleton Barrel damage and the skeletons, it's pretty damn good when you get into triple elixir time. But here we go with 1v1. It is Famous Kid from TTG and D King from Nova Esports.
Yeah, there is about an 8-year gap between the ages of these two players. D King is the older of the two. Famous Kid just recently reached the age to be able to play in CRL. D King is a little bit older than that. He's about 25. Okay, so we do see RG. What do we have to defend this? The Night Witch is there. The Fisherman just completely ignored it. A Famous Kid, straight off the bat, is just eating a ton of RG damage.
Still, he was able to keep it up with the heal spirit, so the Night Witch does survive. And the Giant Miner combination, Famous Kid pushing it through. The Giant is still pretty healthy, because the Hunter is all the way in the back.
That, and look at the Night Witch on the other side too. Because of that Fisherman that was pulled into the middle, the Night Witch got to the tower because the Princess Tower was focused on that Fisherman, G-Clef.
for the longest time. So D-King needs to push. It's in a big favor. And actually RG goes to the right and takes on the low HP tower, which is okay.
Yeah, but look at the damage that Famous Kid has already got done to D-King's towers. Both of those towers below 1,000. And we still have 1 minute and 30 seconds until double elixir, until the end of the match. This is like end game kind of damage, G-Clef. Yeah, that was a lot of damage early.
Yeah, the gauntlet is already broken for D-King, man. Famous Kid, he just needs to choose a side and push. He doesn't even need to. He can literally just do the same Night Witch and Giant combination combined together, or just on the left, because D-King needs the Fisherman and the Hunter together to delete this Giant.
Yeah, and that's the problem. It's not going to be able to be deleted very easily. There. Good Fireball comes down. Fisherman pulls in the other Fisherman. Giant gets 2 big hands. It's going to be 3, and tower is down. And there's a minute left. We just entered double elixir period. Is Famous Kid going to be able to get 2 crowns here? That miner getting work done again. 5-6-4. Famous Kid absolutely taking D-King to town in this one.
The Skeleton's gone with the log, but the Fisherman does pull the Fisherman, so D-King is able to finish up the right tower. And good read there with the Skeletons.
We are in a 2-tower situation, and Famous Kid has a massive advantage going into that situation. Can D-King turn the tide? The RG is going to be there. Ewiz is yoinked into the Hunter, but the Hunter gets yoinked away. But this RG is getting some work done. It's being left alone due to that Fisherman saving from behind, pulling away the Night Witch, down to 1772.
And the RG in the pocket. D-King wants to finish it. Famous Kid running it down. Less than 400 left, but Defensive Hunter comes in clutch. And the RG is pulled to the King Tower on the bottom with a Giant slowly marching its way for the punch. There's one and the second to finish the game for Famous Kid.
Famous Kid made some in the moment decisions to let things go that the normal player would not have done. That all the damage he took on that bottom left hand tower to just make a big push forward to take the tower down. Smart play.
I think D-King could have won. I think he had some elixir if he threw down Skeletons or something else on the right so that his RG doesn't get pulled by the Fisherman, because he has some room to drop few things and he had some time. So if D-King had another level of read there, I think Famous Kid could have been outplayed at that moment and a win could have gone to D-King.
This trade of damage was just absolutely insane. It was basically over in this first push. That Giant Skeleton couldn't take out the Night Witch. Fisherman here pulls the other Fisherman in. Both towers now attacking there, which opens the way for that Night Witch to come down the right-hand side. The Giant is already on the tower on the left-hand side with the Miner protecting it from being pulled into the King Tower. Doesn't even get the activation.
And that's because I think D-King's Hunter came into his hand a lot later than he thought, and he was expecting Miner to be on the back. So a lot of placements were not guessed correctly from D-King. And the starting end, of course, not really working perfectly for him too. When he wanted to create his own attack and test your opponent, he was kind of fired back from that moment.
Well, D-King is out, and Little Chen is coming in the second spot here.
Oh, Little Chen.
Little Chen's, I believe this will be his first King of the Hill appearance for the season. Not his first ever. He did play a major part in last season's, in the special season, where he didn't really do very well. Just find that stat for you. Lil Chen ended up 35% win rate last season in that special season. 4-5 in the King of the Hill in regular season, and 0-1 in the playoffs. If we include game score, he went 3-5 in the 1v1s.
And Little Chen's downside performance last season, especially also in the playoff, was a big part. Not just their key player, but they still had to have a few more pillars to hold everything up. but Little Chen was not one of those pillars. So if he steps up this season, I think not just the roster that Nova Esports already has, if everyone is on a par level or better than that level, I think Nova will literally like take first, second place in the regular season. Maybe this will be their championship season in the fall.
Another championship for the already well-established trophy room that is Nova Esports.
They need another. They need to buy a lot more things for the future trophies. If everyone's doing well, everyone's playing it at this level, I don't know what's happening to Nova Esports, but certainly their funds are going to be okay.
But we got to talk, man. Famous Kid played that first game very, very well. Very aggressive style. Very. He knew what his resources were.
And it's a new. He's on a new trend. He's on the newest wave of trend. As a giant miner, expecting a lot more different miners to be played today. I think that's literally the one style that was seen just a little bit, a sneak peek last week.
Yeah, he kind of played Giant last week. It was that same deck actually, the Giant Miner, E-Wiz, Nightwish, Fisherman, Heal Spirit, Love. But yeah, he won against Hajime with that deck. Then he changed it up in game 2 to a Giant Graveyard deck and didn't quite have the same success and lost to Jack.
Yeah, there's some more mortar miner control, some with miner, some without the miner, and also just miner poison or even miner fireball with the mortar. So there are lots of different decks going around with mortar, with the miner. So this meta, with all the stuff that we have already, the RG and the graveyard and some bridge spam, the combination is never gone before we actually run into a different balance patch.
It is a very varied season, but can Famous Kid in blue at the bottom take game 2 against Nova Esports? Lil Chen stands in his way, who's in red at the top of the screen and plays for Nova Esports.
Yeah, we thought Miner was gone because literally Miner deck itself got the nerf, log nerf, and the bat nerf. But it's still here.
It found a very, I don't want to say different use, but it became a lot more niche in that now it feels like an assassin card.
Oh, and again, Famous Kid, fireball locking into the target plus the tower.
Yeah, everything getting pulled into the center. This push isn't going to get as much done as it did in the last game.
Yeah, Little Chen's got the right combination against the first push. Famous Kid, he wanted to try it again just like the last game and see what's up.
Does he have anything to take care of all of this? The Hunter's going to be able to take it down, gets one big shot in the tower. And now Famous Kid finds himself in a world of hurt with 1 minute 50 left.
Yes, the giant push. Giant is supposed to get to the tower, at least landing a punch. It's one of those weird pushes where you're not expecting too much from the back, where you actually land the punch from the giant. But if it's being pulled by the fisherman combined with the hunter, then it's gonna be gone. So Famous Kid, there might be a time where he needs to really use that fisherman of his own, or the log perfect time to get that hunter away.
Well, here comes the RG pulled straight into the tower. Fisherman pulled back and deleted instantly by that hunter. And a lot of damage coming in from this RG, and there's just nothing there to defend. Lets that tower go. Famous Kid has to let it go. He doesn't really have much of a choice. He's got to make a push.
Yeah,
how can he do it? Yeah, everything's coming back in cycle for Little Chen.
Yeah, Little Chen's got a better cycle already. And even worse because Little Chen's got extra space to use it against Famous Kid's Fisherman. So this Giant is connecting some damage, but still a long way to go. 1696 remains.
And there is only 35 seconds left in this one. So it looks as though Little Chen is absolutely taking Famous Kid to the cleaners in this one. I just don't know how he's going to be able to do it. That tower has gone very low again, 1092. And it looks as though Little Chen has this wrapped up with a little bow on it. If you can get that second tower, that would definitely make Little Chen's day and make a big statement on his return to the 1v1 section of Clash Royale League. But that Fisherman says no and doesn't allow the 2 crown to happen. Little Chen takes game 2 against Famous Kid.
A good game. I mean, what else can you say? That RG play to immediately just lock it down. Little Chen just got a better ending with the Fisherman. He got the combination that worked. And also Famous Kid, when he wanted to lock his own Fisherman, so it at least pulls the Hunter or the Fisherman or something. Yeah, Little Chen had good luck with those skeletons all the time. When the first tower was down, you can't really... The potential of letting that Fisherman go as how you expected goes down to like less than 20%. Because of what your opponent can do, can literally put right next to the Fisherman at the same time.
It was... Yeah, Little Chen had control of this beginning to end. That fireball was nice. It was looking kind of alright, but you have to protect your Giant from being pulled, especially when you know your opponent is probably running that Fisherman Hunter, because we'd already seen the Hunter. So what could he have done? He didn't really have much that could have gone around the Giant to protect it. Which is why we do see a lot of skeletons now, to play around your RGs, to play around your Giants, just to make sure that the Fisherman pulls that and not the card you want to get to the tower.
It's a matchup where Fisherman actually does a lot. The interaction can be funny, literally can bring you a win or bring you a loss. But in how Famous Kid had his starting hand in the lineup match was very tough for him, I think, to have the match. Of course, Little Chen had most of the placement near perfectly to go against the Giant. And also, he literally felt what it was like to go in the same matchup.
Yeah.
So he had everything planned out in his head. Okay, I can just do this. And even if anything comes in my first hand, I can literally just sort it out, and Giant will not get a hit much.
Shutting down that Giant really does... Ooh.
Hoi!
Hoi! From TTG, we haven't seen him in this 1v1 slot at all, and we weren't really expecting him to be used in this fashion because he is an established 2v2 player in China. He did take a break last season, comes back for TTG this season. I'm not it's an interesting choice because we don't really have much. He hasn't really played 1v1 in terms of professional play since at least spring 2019, and he has taken W's against people like Solomon, against Higher. He has beaten these players. So he does have the skill, but does he have the skill to beat Little Chen? That's the question.
That we don't know until we go into the match, but of course we knew there would be a time because TTG having this small of a roster compared to other teams, he had to kick in any of these days. Let's see what he's able to do in the King of the Hill.
So he is in blue at the bottom, making his CRL East debut. Of course, he did play in China. He did play for X-Quest in spring 2019. He is going against Lil Chen, who feels like he's been around for absolutely ever in the Chinese scene. But he is still relatively young at just 19.
Yeah, Little Chen also stayed in Nova for a very long time, along with Elsiat. Here comes the wall breakers.
The Goblin Cage is there to eat those blows. Does he have anything to stop this brawler? The miner has to come in for Hui just to slow that down. And here is the RG from Little Chen. Bomb tower from Hui. He's going to help clean up everything in the back there. He's going to be able to take it down before it gets a hit on the tower. Looks like it will. One skeleton and the knight enough.
This is actually a pretty good matchup for Hui. As Wallbreaker, it's a hard deck to run, but if you know what you're doing, you can get your opponent. It's actually also pretty good deck against some heavy decks. So in this type, RG, Little Chen need like a perfect heal spirit to get that through, get that building down first, or tank it up with the brawler first, and then bring that RG all the way from the back. Can be okay.
That miner placement, knowing Little Chen's deck, Hui there, knowing there's no tornado, allowed him to... It frees up more space so he doesn't have to play it in that safe zone. Little Chen was expecting it to go in the safe zone, hence why the Skeletons were placed where it was. But unfortunately for Little Chen, the Miner went the other side. He had to spend that Fireball for Elixir against the 3 of the Miner. It's a bit rough. Hui is taking control of this.
Such a quick cycle. And the Fireball.
Not what you want to see when you have the Skeleton Dragons against the Fireball. It's not a good matchup.
Yeah, so Little Chen's got to think about using those Dragons against the Miner now. A little bit better. And also the placement and RG on the right all of a sudden.
Skeleton's there to take that. Is he going to support that with anything else? Fireball against the Musketeer pushes it into the Knight's path. The RG shut down by Hui. It's absolutely controlling this game.
Yeah, with the quick cycle. Ready again with the bomb tower. And the Musketeer should come soon, but this is a stronger push from Little Chen. There's a fire. But the Heal Spirit not caught in there.
Oh, the Skeletons were just a little bit too early from Hui. That Heal Spirit was ready to jump into the tower. And the Skeletons there just make sure that it's on top of that RG. A little unfortunate.
Yeah, that did turn. Was it enough to turn the game around? Let's see, Little Chen had that massive push. Hui still with the lead. And he does control the tempo.
He does indeed. Another Miner coming through. There are the wall breakers. The log coming in to just clean up that Heal Spirit.
Woo!
2 massive wall breaker hits there. Hui looks like he has this wrapped up, but Little Chen wants to make this big push where the Fireball has to come to take out those Skeleton Dragons. One shot from the RG is all Little Chen is going to get there.
Oh, that is not going to be enough for Little Chen. Hui needs just need a couple more with the lock securing the damage. Even the cage has to be used to get it down, which means that wall breaker will get easy pass through in straight in there unless there's a big spell. So Little Chen, he's got to push. He's got to have messy push on the left instead.
But this defensive trio of the Bomb Tower, the Knight, and the Musketeer is incredibly strong. That log was a little bit late to try and catch that Heal Spirit, but doesn't matter. Everything is shut down. The Miner comes in, Fireball to push it back into the King Tower. That's a very late King Tower activation as we are in that triple Elixir time. Fireball begins the cycle. There's the log. One more Fireball is all it takes, but I think the Musketeer is... No, it's not going to get a shot, but the Hunt... that's going to be it. The Miner and the Fireball. Hui gets that kill. Game 3 is his. And he made that look real easy. We've been talking all season that Hui would be more of a 2v2 player, that it doesn't seem like he's going to fit into that 1v1 slot against players like Famous Kid, Boss, and Nuomichi. But TTG suddenly, and unexpectedly now, have a lot more variety compared to what we were thinking.
And I just remember Hui and his Expo plays.
Was it like a Vietnam War flashback there,
Not really, because I'm not that old enough. but his cycle and his quick cycles, especially not just the Icepo, the real quick Expo back in the days, somewhat similar. And as long as you're pushing the cage to a point that Little Chen's not really having the best position of the cage, which means that he's in a hurry to get that RG down. When you are pretty much safe with the Musketeer Bomb Tower locked onto RG, most of the time, if not every single time, it was pretty much handled. Hui, most of the time he was securing those heal spirit with the log, but if they were not caught onto it, then the RG got few connections, but even beforehand, he was having a massive lead.
Yeah, those wall breakers just kind of sneaked all the way through, and that put him in a commanding lead. And those wall breaker timings from Hui were really impressive. There was one where, even though they got hit by the Bard Barrel, there was enough there to just let them pass through.
Yeah, Miner soaking the damage.
Miner was soaking the tower damage. The Bard Barrel comes in, and I think it was a Musketeer that was at the back that took the Barbarian damage from the barrel, like just took that aggro from the Barbarian, so 2 got through again. And it is going to be Elsiop trying to bring this down for Nova. He has to win 2 in a row, basically. He has to take out Hui, and then whoever is going to be last from TTG.
Certainly
LCUP can do it.
Yes, certainly a player who is capable of a not just a 2-0, a 3-0 is even possible. Let's see, that game was pretty impressive from Hoey, and if I had to guess, I think LCUP would bring a very similar type of deck. Like Minor Control is the deck that LCUP does love to run. We're seeing some old decks coming back, like the Battle Ram, some more Magic Archer, which is exactly what LCUP was basically destroying everyone else in the beginning of last season. His Magic Archer placement, aggressive player positioning, like getting those shots in through, like one of those Magic Archers connecting like 7, 8 shots at once.
It was ridiculous.
It was game-changing moments.
This season, though, he hasn't had chance really to play it. Magic Archer is kind of out of favor again.
Yeah.
He did beat Talon, Gerald, and Blizzard. He did use a Royal Giant deck with the Fisherman, the Heal Spirit, that deck. No Ewiz, the Skeleton Dragon version. And then he played Balloons with the Royal Recruits, and he took out Blizzard with that one. So he hasn't had chance really to play those very cerebral decks, which is what we can basically say the Marcher is. The Magic Archer decks are kind of more cerebral. You have to be able to place it perfectly. But he's been playing very, very well this season. The crowd, we mentioned before, the crowd seems to invigorate him, because in that special season where there was no crowd, he wasn't playing very well.
Yes, he lost his power, but he's now charged up.
He had a 28% win rate. He went 2-6 in the regular season King of the Hill
Last
season in that special season.
To be honest, he never looked that weak before. Like to my knowledge and to my histories, and I look back in the days oftentimes. But here we go. It's down to the last player for Nova Esports for their King of the Hill. But TTG, Hoey's still the second in their King of the Hill roster.
If LCUP can win this one, then it will be down to the final game of this King of the Hill. Who else would TTG be able to put out? They do have Nuwamicha and Boss ready to go if Hui cannot take out LCUP here.
Let's see. Hui, do you go back or do you keep the same with the Knight?
Probably the same.
With the Baby Dragon, I'm feeling Graveyard a lot more.
Yeah, and that's a good answer to those Skeleton Dragons that were stacked up.
Yeah, possibly even the Ice, with the Ice Wizard Tornado.
Most likely RG, we're going to say, from LCUP.
Very, very likely.
I mean, it could be anything. This meta, this is basically a core.
Yeah, and then we have some random Ram Rider in there too.
Yeah.
And RG, it is. Hoey with the Barb Hut. It's going to be Graveyard on. Yeah, focused on the left side just for now. Skeleton's gone immediately right there.
Heal Spirit
deleted.
Good job. One of the Barbarians pulled away by the Fisherman. Does take quite a bit of damage though. 1954 remains on that tower. Another hit.
But still not too bad of a push for LCUP or Hoey. Still not too bad for him where his his Graveyard push will get power in 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, what really does LCUP have against the Graveyard? You'd hope he's running...
Hunter's okay, but not the best.
And it doesn't look like he has much because that tower is gone pretty much. And he's trying to get the trade with the RG and the Skeleton Dragons. Is going to be able to get that done. The log is very late. That was just perfect timing from Hui, just to make sure that nothing, like, just that he got it.
LCUP wants to go for that 3 crown. Okay, he even used that Heal Spirit to power up his RG. Got it down to about half HP there on the King Tower.
Yeah, Hui going for the poison there to try and take out that Hunter, knowing that it is... Well, Log would just probably come back in cycle here. So he's not going to be able to play the Graveyard just yet. Fireball against the Musketeer. RG taken with next to no damage on the tower, just quite a bit of damage done on that Bob Hood.
Yeah, Hoey still keeping focused on to the left and the right because his King Tower is actually pretty low, over 2,000, but still LCUP does have a second
LCUP
push.
Got a big heal spirit there, making sure both Skeleton Dragons get all the way back up to full health. RG one shot. When is Huyi going to be able to find a window for that graveyard? He tries it there. Knight played very late, but perfect timing, essentially.
Yeah, not bad of a time in the pocket, grabbing both the tower, but Fisherman does pull it away from the King Tower lock. So Huyi was able to do some damage, but not too bad.
Yeah, it was later than we usually see that Knight timing, but it was just in time.
Yeah.
RG is going to get one shot, that Hunter. He's going to take care of the barbs. And then this is going to get cleaned up. So if it does go all the way for the next 1 minute and 20 seconds, it would be an LCR victory, but we know how Graveyard can be. If Huyi can find that one perfect window, he will have it, but he doesn't have much to defend here. The Barb Hut comes in very late, and I think that might be...
Ooh, Hunter locks another end, the Skeleton Dragon. 293 at the bottom.
There's a Fireball. He has to get this Graveyard to work. This has to do it, but the Skeleton Dragons are going to help defend that. The Heal Spirit is there too.
Oh,
and I think LC has this in the bag. 3 crown victory. We don't see too many of those in CRL East.
Certainly we do not, but LCOP's Road Giant push. For a second, I thought he was holding poison. Maybe he's holding poison, that's the reason why he's just not using anything on the left. And then after we saw that he has given up on the left side totally. Okay, he might be going for 3 crowns here. He doesn't want to waste anything because Graveyard, he still had the log in his hand. Didn't even throw down the log when the Graveyard was popping. Okay, he's giving that up for his maximum defense and then logging it right after. So good setup choice. It seemed like the LCOP that we know before.
Yeah, those critical decisions. I mean, I thought he may not have had login cycle, but
no, it was certainly back before the Graveyard popped up.
And like that 2 elixir wouldn't have made much difference to his push anyway, because his push was already taking out the tower.
It's a good read by Huyi. But the main problem actually became the Hunter. Is this? No, this is not the Hunter push.
It's this next one, I believe. The Skeleton Dragon's there, the Baby Dragon is there. Watch this. I think the Heal Spirit comes in. Bam! Everything is back and full.
The Heal Spirit, man.
It's such a powerful tool. And then all of that survives. It just walks out of the poison. If they'd have remained in the poison, probably wouldn't have been over.
It's tough. I mean, Huyi had to make one decision. Do I defend the Princess Tower or the King Tower? And then he decides to just put down the hut so that the RG is pushed. But you can't defend the both.
I mean, LCOP kind of picked him apart after the first couple, after that first interaction with the Graveyard and the RG. LCOP picked him apart.
Yeah, great game from LCOP there. I loved it. I really enjoyed watching that just now.
But who are we going to see against LCOP? You got to think it's Nomichu, right?
Yes, why not?
Because, I mean, he is on absolute fire right now in these 1v1s. He's already closed it out. How many times for TTG?
He has saved the entire team's life twice already.
5-0?
King of Hill once, 1v1 once.
He's like 5-0, I believe, at this point. Let me just quickly grab his paper.
He's certainly a MVP material for the team. But he's up against LCOP if he comes out, and that will be a great matchup, guys.
So, right now, if it is Nomichu, he is 5-0, 6 in terms of game score. But it's going to be Boss. Okay, Boss coming in this final position against LCOP. This is a tough matchup for Boss. But he has to be excited. LCOP is one of those players that everyone knows. Everyone knows how good he is. We've seen him time and time again. We've seen him lift that World Championship trophy so many times, it feels like. It's been once. But
and TTG, they were hiding Boss. Because it was the last spot for King of the Hill, was expecting Nuomi to come out, but it is Boss. Certainly a player that's capable of beating LCOP. Let's see what comes down, but it's a lot of pressure to handle, certainly for Boss to kick in for the because he just came into the team this season.
Yeah, he's currently 1-2, has beaten Mugi and lost to Yakitori and Hajime. So, gonna have to see how he performs here. His team's life is on the line in this matchup. If LCUp beats Boss, Nova Esports go 3-1 in the table, and TTG go 2-1. If TTG win here, TTG would go take us to that 1v1 set.
Let's see. Last week, Boss running recruits with the balloon.
Yep.
And
before that, he played the Lava Hound Barbarians deck with the Night Witch and Fly Machine, and also played the Royal Giant deck that we see nearly everywhere, and we've already seen like 2-3 times today with the Skeleton Dragons, Fisherman, Hunter.
And we know Boss's signature Giant deck, which can also work in this meta, but you gotta think about your matchup. And LCUp might not be the best player to go with the Giant deck, though.
Well, we'll see what happens, as it is TTG's Boss in blue at the bottom, and Nova's LCUp in red at the top. Skeleton Dragons with the bar barrel. G-Clef, what you feeling?
I don't know what I'm feeling anymore, man. It's Royal Hogs with the Fireball. Magic Archer from LCUp. Ooh! Get excited, guys. Comes the Mega Knight. Maybe Royal Hog from both.
That would definitely be something. Iwa's here. Mega Knight jumps in, instantly eating those two barbs. Musketeer played defensively. Skeletons just to stop that jump damage from happening.
Certainly feeling those Hogs coming through. The Bandit can be tough.
With the Heal Spirit and the Skeletons, he does have the tools to stop it though.
Yeah, but LCUp, even if there are lots of Barbarians and Skeletons, he can make it work with the log perfect timing.
He'll find a window to get that Bandit to connect.
I know, if the Bandit finds a window, man, that's just 320, boom, into the tower, it's going to hurt.
There are the Royal Hogs. Boss does have a Fireball, choosing not to use it this time. The Barbarians
he has to save it for Magic Archers. There's no way. You do have the Royal Hogs.
Does LCUp have much here? The Mega Knight is down.
Which is okay. And LCUp.
Heal Spirits from both. The log from LCUp though, shutting down Boss's Heal Spirit. But look, good news for Boss is he does shut that Mega Knight down before it crosses the bridge.
And LCUp's leading in Elixir. I thought he was going to use the Magic Archer even. He saves it. He knows exactly what not to use, what to use.
There's the Fireball on the Marcher. And the Skeleton Dragons are there. The Bandit does get pulled across by the Skeletons here. So Boss is playing an absolutely great game so far.
Yeah, he's taking out a lot of potential damage and taking less damage instead.
Heal Spirit here, gonna get a kind of big heal, not the greatest, not the biggest of heals, especially with that Mega Knight jumping into 3, but reloads up with another Barb Hut. The Royal Hogs on the right, one does escape.
Yeah, Boss certainly waiting for his own time to go for that attack. Now LCUp.
That's a lot barreling down on LCUp, but without a Fireball, he doesn't really have much that can do it. Mega Knight needs to come down relatively soon to try and stop this, but
does not have the Elixir for it. There's the Fireball to eliminate Ewis, thus to get the Zap spawn damage, but still will be gone from the Bridge War, basically.
Another ton of damage coming in. Boss finding those down points in LCUp's cycle, finding out when he doesn't have the Elixir to drop that Mega Knight, and just capitalizing on it, throwing the pigs in, throwing everything in the kitchen sink.
And because of that pressure, LCUp can't really win the bridge and place that Magic Archer where he wants to so that the damage connects into the tower. Instead, all the way from the back, and Boss has been chipping in that Fireball more than 4 times already. Oh, that Heal Spirit. Finally, the push is coming for LCUp.
There is a decent amount of congestion there, but this Mega Knight's not going to get much done. That E-Wiz is going to get shut down. The Magic Archer on the right-hand side isn't really going to get much done at all. Heal Spirit shut down by the log. Those Royal Hogs are closed down.
At this time, a good wave for LCOP as he wanted to keep that Magic Archer alive. Both of them, one's gone already, but finally some Hogs are doing damage.
What has he got to stop that Bandit dash? Has to throw the skeletons in the middle. Does he have anything else to stop it? It does go towards whatever was in front of that.
The Musketeer. And doesn't really take the damage anyhow because of the log push, but still the Hogs are connecting on the bottom right. LCOP finally doing some damage. 26 seconds left now. Magic Archers are alive. That's a big problem for Boss.
Yeah, Boss has one momentary slip up there. He needs to hold on. 15 more seconds. He could take 0 damage. He has to try and defend all this. One pick gets through. He gets one jump. The Mega Knight gets the jump. And that, I think, is that. One momentary slip.
One game-changing moment where LCOP placed the Magic Archer onto the right. Center, one tile to the right, and he didn't go for that his own Royal Hog push, but he had the Mega Knight set up from the back. He knew he had the perfect read against the Boss.
Yeah, you gotta feel for Boss because he was looking so good. He just defended time and time again. His pushes were working. And then it didn't. His defenses slowly crumbled over time. He slowly started to lose it. And once it slipped, it fell hard.
And LCOP gathered one more turn for his massive attack. And when that Mega Knight spawned on top of Boss's Royal Hogs, the game was over at that moment.
So Nova do take this match against TTG 2-0, but that does not depict how close these games were. That King of the Hill was just so good.
I really like the game from Little Chen and also Famous Kid from game 1-2. Do like to see more Giants, and of course LCOP's games were incredible. What a match we have.
Oh, that game was so good.
The Royal Hog matchups can be hard, and it's all about the Magic Archer, man. Once he placed it away from the tower, it was just... And Boss was having harder decisions to, do I really use the Fireball here, or when do I actually put down the Fireball, or do I not use it and push it with the Royal Hogs instead? And the Mega Knight, not just this, the later Mega Knights did keep LCOP alive against these Hogs.
Can you imagine if that Heal Spirit had connected though? That tower probably would have gone down. And that Bandit charge, this is where it started to really fall apart for Boss. He just couldn't find anything to defend. And I mean, right here, what do you do? Fireball comes in, but it's not going to be enough. The Mega Knight gets the connection, and that was that.
Who do you think is the MVP?
LCOP.
Of course.
6 crowns, 4 wins, 1 loss today. That loss coming in the 2v2 against Nuamichi and Hui. What a game, and we will be back after a very short break. And we are back. Welcome back to CRL East Fall Season. We just had what can only be described as a heartbreaking loss for Boss because he played so well, and TTG did end up falling to Nova. But Nova this season look real good.
They look really solid, especially with the big roster. And a lot of the players who has been suffering from lots of condition and some meta, I would say, meta issue, are climbing back, especially LCOP. Those 2 games look really solid. I mentioned Magic Archers are making their comeback even with this Fireball meta.
Yeah.
If you're good, if you can land a couple of shots into the tower, I think there's still a spot for Magic Archer, you know, if you're really good.
There's plenty of spots for Fireball bait cards.
Yes. More baits, it's just better for Royal Hogs.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Magic Archer is one of those cards that just seems to be not really back, but it seems to have had another lease of life. And I like it. I like seeing Magic Archer the same way I like seeing Fisherman. When they're good, but not broken, it's beautiful to watch.
Yep, sort of right there at the balanced level, but really hard for all the players to use it. Of course, because it's pretty mechanically hard all the times. Yeah. What are some other cards that are like that?
Golem,
yes,
most
Golem.
mechanically demanding
exactly
card.
Exactly the card that I was thinking. E-Golem to make it better.
Mechanically difficult. Okay, let's stop memeing on mechanically difficult cards. We just had first place versus second place. Nova versus TTG. We now have third place versus fourth place. Ponos versus Talon. Now, Talon, a lot of people were saying, like, because Line won no tilt, in very good style. He looked incredibly good. Some people were saying, oh, Talon, then they just don't look good. Line is wasted on this team. Dude, Blizzard is playing out of his mind and has picked up a bit of the slack. I think that Line has... A lot of the no-tilt players kind of weren't fully committed right now, I would say.
No, I think it's different. It's in different tournaments, results are somewhat different. In Line in CRL, even in last season, was seeing not the best in the team. He wasn't like the ace, but he can always go up to that ace level, but he was just below that level all the time because of Sado and all his teammates right there. No, not Sado. What am I talking? I'm talking about Blizzard.
There you go.
Because Blizzard was actually playing out of his mind with so many different decks. So I'm interested to see if Line can actually pull it back, because he's always capable, and he sometimes bring like expos that no one actually brings during the season, and he does go up against lots of lava decks. Weirdly enough,
he does
whenever he plays that expo.
But we also have to talk about Mugi. So Mugi had not the spectacular start to CRL we were expecting.
1-1, I believe.
He was 1-1, and then last week, all killed.
All right.
And he looked phenomenal. Is this the start of the Mugi domination, or do you think that might have just been matchups or something like that?
So for domination, I think it's too early to call domination, because this week is where you really can tell the meta has shifted into a larger, I would say, spread.
A diverse pool.
Much more diverse decks compared to last week. Even not just in the regular games, in actual pro scene. So if he's able to perform at that level even this week, starting today, then I will say maybe he's coming into a dominant form and literally starting to become a ace player for the team. But if he's not able to, I think he still needs... There's still some time that he can work in the team, and he's not alone. He's got Yakitori, KK Rat, Raiki Jones, so that's no worries.
It's a pretty stacked Japanese roster. Let's just put it
Both
that
of
way.
the Japanese teams.
Mugi, 71.4% solo win rate, whereas Line has a 33.3% in terms of the 1v1s. 2v2, though, I don't think we're ever going to see Mugi in that 2v2. It would be very weird.
Unless something goes really wild, where they're trying lots of different things.
And that's mainly the reason right there. Raiki Jones and Rad. That's 80% win rate for those two together.
Yes, I don't think they're going away from this 2v2 player standing anytime soon.
I feel maybe like Rad and Yakitori should come back together. I feel like we've lost a beautiful partnership.
Who knows? Maybe in the playoff, you know, or like by week 2 or round 2, should I say?
And it looks, yeah, Rad and Reiki Jones, pretty obvious to anyone who watches CRL Asia would know that these two were coming. Last week we did have a little bit of a surprise with Yakitori and KK.
Yes.
And they did go 0-2 against DTG.
Did go down, so I think this is the better pair.
At least for now.
Let's see how they focus, because we've seen some clutch Balloon 3's timing, and Ponos, they're the team that can do it the best out of all CRL teams.
And then we have Lion and One Crown, pretty much a guaranteed 2v2 pairing at this point. We don't really see much of Blizzard and Geralt in 2v2.
No, I would say if I was the coach for Talon, just go with these two.
Currently 2-1 together. They did lose to AUK and LCOP, but they beat Sado, Greed, Light, and Ice Law. So have to see how they perform against Rad and Reiki Jones. Two very, very strong 2v2 players. And it's going to be a Tornado and a Lumberjack G-Glyph.
Do not like the Tornado ban, but love the Lumberjack ban. So although this doesn't cross out a Balloon from the page entirely,
it does make it a little more difficult.
And Ponos did have, I believe, one of the games with Lumberjack banned few seasons away, and when that came through, they actually just brought Rage. Straight up.
Yeah, they brought straight up Rage instead of the Lumberjack. Like, you can take away the body, but you can't take away the spirit kind of thing.
Yeah, so which created a faster cycle with Rage Freeze. That's still potential from Ponos, and I'm pretty sure Talon has a good idea what they're going into.
That might be why Rad and Reiki Jones were laughing, because like,
we got Rage.
We got Rage. Why would you ban Lumberjack?
I know. I remember Reiki playing that E-Golem with Rage.
Okay, it is One Crown and Line in red at the top, and Reiki Jones and Rad in blue at the bottom, and a Hog Rider straight off the bat for Talon.
Just Hog can be dangerous in this meta, especially 2v2 when there are lots of fishermen. But no King Tower activation. RG combination from Ponos.
The classic 2v2 pairing of Giant Skeleton and that Royal Giant. Ooh. There's a freeze, defensive freeze. Okay.
Yeah, and not just that, I love the Valkyrie popping here after the Lumberjack ban. Because once Lumberjack's ban, you kind of expect Graveyard. Valkyrie is one key defensive card that you can have against the Graveyard.
Still pretty good against other things as well.
Yeah.
If they were going for Royal Hogs.
Or Clone decks.
Clone decks. I was actually thinking Clone Mirror. Maybe, you know, they've seen it in action and they tried it.
Also good against Skeleton Barrel. Yeah, lots of meta cards. Magic Archer. Fascinating combination coming down for Talon. Again, the push with the log, but the heal spirit.
Yeah, the log was ever so slightly late from Talon there, allowing that heal spirit to get a big heal off. But still only taking one shot to the face. Not bad at all. This Hog Rider is last minute going to get interrupted. And no activation.
And Hog just jumps through that log, goes straight into the tower. Yeah, no King Tower activation. I think Talon.
Big lead with that. 3 hits, 1-4-0-6. And they do have the freeze as well. Do Ponos have their own freeze? Usually you don't see it paired very often with the RGs.
Yeah, not too many. And still no fireball. Okay, there it is. I thought they would have used it against the Magic Archer, but they just maybe that came into the cycle later than we thought.
They've just been holding it for the return of said Magic Archer.
Uh-huh.
Here's the RG Giant Skeleton. Giant Skeleton from Talon is there to try and defend as much as possible.
Good is heal spirit, backing up the RG. Few shots fired into the tower. And the counter push with Hog. Timing can be weird because of the death. Oh, gonna try it from the side.
Does take out those supporting troops, and no activation again with the fisherman. Will we see the second hog? There he is. He's charging in. He's probably going to get at least one shot in. Log comes in. No, shut down there with the Ewiz and the log, with the giant skeleton just to be a massive body in the way. Nice defense there. Big heal goes off again.
And also, there's another heal spirit for Ponos. And the RG actually pushed all the way to the side, almost went out the arena.
This is a scary amount of troops coming down that lane for Ponos. The bomb tower is there. The defensive freeze from Talon again. They do have the lead. They only have to hold on for another 1 minute and 20 seconds.
And without the King Tower activation, Talon can still push through into... They can sneak in a hog. Just make it go across the river. And you can use...
Oh, they have EQ as well. That's going to be a lot of damage that they can cycle through. With the poison, with the EQ.
Yes, Talon, they were burning Elixir. You don't even have to use the hogs anymore. Just spell it down. A couple hundred left at the bottom.
But you got to make sure that you can hold on long enough and you don't let these RGs slip through with big heal spirits, because that happens. They take a big hit to the face. 2 EQs will finish this for Talon if they can find the space to use it. This Hog Rider, if it gets one shot, oof.
Could have been dangerous. There's the EQ and RG going straight in right before that bomb tower does kick in, and for Talon, and spelling it down, final damage comes through for Talon, and they grab game 1. Ponos was just not able to push all the way in. Only a couple shots every time. There was no massive push.
Yeah, that was real nice from Lion and One Crown, bringing the EQ. We talked about EQ being the most powerful spell against towers for its elixir cost, for the value of elixir. It sneaking into 2v2 no longer surprises me. I think EQ is just one of those spells that's going to make a massive comeback in the coming week. Because it already has, kind of. Big damage there. I really like the Hog Rider play. I think Ponos were maybe caught off guard with the Hog Rider, because they only had 1 cage between them, right?
I think...
Yeah, 1 cage.
Yeah, 1 cage, and also Ponos, Red and Raiki Jones, they were expecting the King Tower activation. They also tried it twice. The first was actually really close. If they didn't have the skeletons, maybe it could have helped out a lot for them. But the second Hog Rider push time, that timing was clutch.
Yeah, that one there just got so much work done, and it kind of just, it avoided narrowly the fisherman coming in there. And there you go again. This time, just too much in the way. Shuts it down, 330 remaining. Fireball, sure, things are getting done, but with the poison, with the EQ, with the logs, and the freeze, once they reach about 600,
I would say 600, 650, I think that spell range, well, even with the nerf.
600 is 3 EQs.
Yeah.
That's not the biggest elixir.
Yeah, with the cycle, you basically throw it down, and if you're saving a Hog Rider, if you're not using it, you have that much faster of a cycle with all the spells. And the reason why we're back is because Ponos asked for a timeout.
Okay.
They want to win this 2v2.
Yeah. I don't see why they would not want to win the 2v2. But taking the time out is actually like, it's a Ponos thing where when they lose in 1v1, 2v2, they always take the time out there.
Yes, 2v2 is that much important to them.
Yeah.
Because they basically want to win the 2v2 and finish it out with the King of the Hill. And they don't really go down in their 2v2. And oftentimes, even in the seasons before last year, when they had that timeout in 2v2, they actually had the reverse sweep. Oftentimes. So I think it's a really good, refreshing moment for them.
Anyone who remembers Mikamboya beast moding after taking a timeout, even if they win, even back then when they won game 1 and lost game 2, they would instantly call the timeout for that 2v2. And it was very interesting because I think they were the team that used times out the most in 2v2 compared to the 1v1 sets that we used to see. Because a long time ago, it used to be 2v2, 1v1, and then King of the Hill.
And many of the teams, when that was back in the days, used the timeout for 1v1 before we went into the last match, or when we actually had 1v1 best of 3. Then before the last potential game, they would use the timeout. But as you can see on the screen, everyone gathered around them. That's a team now.
Yeah, that's... I don't know how they feel, but that would kind of make me nervous, having everyone standing behind me like that. Like,
no, the other way.
Looking over your shoulder, being like, hey, buddy, you sure you want to put that in there?
If you're talking like that, maybe.
Talon learned a lesson. I don't know if you saw this last week. When I think it was Talon when they were playing. They had the camera so that it could see the table, right? In the 1v1, someone had their phone on the table and you could see the deck.
It's sort of, you could see the colors.
You could see,
Not
basically, no, but you could see what it was. You could guess 90% of the cards and you would be right. So they've moved that camera up ever so slightly so you can't see the deck anymore.
I think Ponos has a perfect setup, man.
I think that's why they've put in...
And the t-shirt all the way in the
back.
But
I think that's why they've put those little stands there too, so it doesn't happen. I think they all learned a lesson last week. Don't have the camera so you can see the phone.
And also, yeah, also Ponos, they're having a lot of merchandise, so they can put everything up on the wall. They even have the cases for the phones and stuff.
All right.
It's a good team.
Timeout is done, and we are back with Game 2 of this 2v2. The first set between Ponos and Talon. Ponos in blue at the bottom.
Ah, Bates.
You gotta love that timing.
All around the world, man. Is it with the clone?
No, come on.
Low mirror, it's just double Bates.
So Giant Skeleton and Graveyard from Ponos this time round. Poison does come down from Talon, shutting that down essentially, even with the freeze coming in. But what are they going to do to stop that Giant Skeleton? The Musketeer isn't going to be enough against a Hunter and a Giant Skeleton.
Yeah, they have to drag a little more. Yeah, just with the knockback. Yeah, that was going to be... I think it was going to be pretty close. So just to be safe, drags it again with the Dark Goblin. And... still a lot of damage taken from Talon because of freeze. And the poison wasn't... Even though it was there, it wasn't perfect for this for the Graveyard. Not a bad matchup actually for Talon because they got the Dark Goblin against all the skeletons, lots of small troops in between.
But they gotta find a way to get these skeleton barrels to at least get the death damage on the tower, just like that.
That's right. And whoa, I thought they just let that right side go and the King Tower activation.
Yeah, that is always an issue when you try and bring Graveyard in 2v2, is that everything is so close together up there that it just becomes very difficult. And with both towers activated, it's going to be hard for these Graveyards to ever really get massive purchase on a tower.
Yep, the freeze has to be catching those King Tower. So knowing that, you can place the Valkyrie away from it, Musketeer, Dark Goblin, maybe from the center instead of all the way back.
You could also play it on the far right-hand side.
That's right.
So a lot there. Okay, barrel comes in. The log is there, but that's going to miss the skeleton barrel. What are they going to use to stop that? Heal Spirit will clean most of that up, but 3 skeletons remain. And that's a decent chunk of damage.
5 shots.
The pressure is on for Talon. Poison comes in again. Hunter doesn't even get a shot. The bat's there to distract. And only taking a couple hundred. Now Talon have a pretty sizable lead by 200, but with that, stab, stab, stab. Okay, 600 difference between the two towers now.
Yeah, this is what we're talking. It's gonna get even worse. Even when Soponos needs one big shot, and that's a big fireball from Talon instead.
What a fireball. The value is off the charts, but Talon needs something to stop that Giant Skeleton. They do have the Mega Knight though. Another barrel comes in. Dark Goblin is poisoned away, but the Valkyrie is there to help defend.
Even
just
with
a couple of hits.
Yeah, even with the King Tower, that Graveyard is not going to be powerful. The baits are going all over the place. Snowball just to slow down the Princess Tower just a little bit more, so putting down a couple hundred more, along with the death damage.
The Hunter is down. Couple of skeletons get another couple of hits in 5-4-9 against 1-3-1-5.
The freeze is coming this time. Gotta wait. Talon's gotta think so. Keeping everything away from the King Tower. Love this positioning. The placements for all the units.
that corner for the Dark Goblin works so well. It did eventually walk into the range, but look at this. They're going to get a couple of hits in here. 3-5-1, and it is slowly chipping away. Pretty healthy Musketeer is on the right. Fisherman pulls it in, though. Poison is down, and a couple more hits there. 2-8-2. Poison is ticking it down. A clock has been started. Talon do have this. There's the fireball, and that is that. Talon complete.
Wow. Baits all over the board. And Ponos, I think they wanted to tap perfect chance, perfect opportunity for the freeze, but it never they couldn't really find the perfect window because of Dark Goblin, Valkyrie, Musketeer. I mean, King Tower already activated, so 2 extra cannons on that. Where do you put that freeze? When do you put that freeze?
It's just so hard. Talon played that near flawlessly, I would say. And, I mean, the activation is rough, sure. But they did have a freeze. They could have maybe found a way to use the poison and the freeze in a way that can cover more area to clean it up. But the skeletons over and over again,
that was almost
barrels,
500. And
even here, Snowball comes in and they still get another hit.
Yeah, and Talon at the same time, they were doing a great job just leading the giant skeleton away, making sure it doesn't connect. Sometimes when you're focused too much on the baits, you can lose track of the giant skeleton, and that one explosion can change everything. Keeping everything together as a 2v2 player. Love this kind of play from Talon. Yeah, really worked like a charm, especially against Ponos. After watching the game, I love the Lumberjack band even more. Just understanding their balloon potential, and just from a band card, you can literally just throw away most of their practice.
Yeah. Sorry, I was writing down. They've now 3 wins in a row together. Lion and One Crown are 3 wins in a row. They've only lost to AUK and Elsiop, who, when they play 2v2, they look like they're playing 2 separate 1v1 games in one line. Like, they're just so in sync with each other, AUK and Elsiop. But Lion and One Crown in this 2v2 position are just doing so well together. 2-1 against Sado and Greed, 2-1 against Light and Icelaw, now 2-0 against Rad and Reiki Jones.
Yeah, this is actually very promising for Talon going into week 3. A lot of questions came down to Talon. Okay, they have 1v1 players, but who are they actually going to put in 2v2, and how well are they going to do in the season? And question is being answered already. This duo, Lion and One Crown.
And then you get to their King of the Hill, or their 1v1, and you have Blizzard, Gerald, Line. One Crown can step in if he's needed. I mean, they just have so much variety in the way they play as well. It's going to be interesting to see how Talon continues, but Ponos, you gotta look at Mugi there. Number 5-2 this season, 71.4% win rate in King of the Hill. That's a scary rate, but it's only going to continue to get better, I believe, because I put him on my team for Fantasy Royale again.
I mean, yeah, good luck.
Looking at the win rates, though, it does look very heavily in Ponos' favors. 50%, 50%, 50%. But at this point, there have been so few games played that it's not the biggest indicator. And it is going to be Mugi straight off the bat for Ponos. Ponos want to finish this up quickly, apparently. There he is. Ponos is Mugi after coming from an all-kill last week, where he took out Hire, Solomon, and Wonga, is looking to do the same against Talon, and starting with Blizzard, who himself had an all-kill last week, where he took out Nuri, Greed, and Sado of Team Timing. Okay, 2 people who got all kills last week. Who do you think is going to take it?
It's tough. Depends. I think if Blizzard brings that Royal Recruit deck again, not with the Balloon, I believe it was a different combination with some Ram Matter. There's another combination with Recruit Motor that he's practicing on. So there are lots of recruit-related decks that he has on his own. And I think Mugi, because Ponos, we know as an organization, they do a lot of stats studies against the opponents. If he's ready for those decks, then Mugi takes it. But it depends. Blizzard does have his days where he can get a lot of wins.
I mean, Blizzard has played 5 times, and each time he has a different win condition. He's played the Graveyard. He played that the mortar deck that's been knocking around. He's played Royal Hogs. He played Goblin Barrel, Skelly Barrel, Double Bait, and he played the Royal Hog. I mean, okay, he played Royal Hogs twice, but he used the Cannon Cart with that one. So we'll see how he does this time round. What decks are they going to bring as Talon's Blizzard in red at the top goes against Ponos' Mugi in blue at the bottom, and it is a Miner straight off the bat for Mugi.
Oh, Miner Balloon, here we go! Haven't seen this deck since week 1, I believe. And not much played from the entire world. It's still out there.
What does he have to defend? Is Blizzard just going to let this one ride? Okay, takes the hit, then NATO's it in. Does obviously get the activation. Okay. Miner comes in again with the Night Witch and the Baby Dragon. Is it Golem?
Is it?
No. Skeleton Dragons and the Baby Dragon?
With the Skeleton Dragons? I don't think so.
Cannon card.
Cannon push. Instantly with the balloon response, Mugi wants to get this away with the win, but Blizzard, where do you pull?
Good tornado, and the cannon cart there is just going to stop it. Is it in death damage range? The answer is
that was close. So I think Blizzard wanted that to be away at the perfect time, so it doesn't take the death damage. Even with the King Tower activation, he's certainly not really pushing far. Giant cart.
It is
still
Golem.
the Golem.
Okay. Is this clone? Is it Golem clone? I don't know. All right, so we let that Miner do the damage. Blizzard just playing with the HP there. The Night Witch is in from behind. What is the spell that Blizzard is going to be bringing? Bomb Tower is in. There's Cannon Cart. There's Baby Dragon. Snowball comes in to just split all that up. The Cannon Cart doesn't make it across the bridge. And the Golemite's pretty much shut down in the center there by the Bomb Tower, by everything else. And Mugi just defending so well against that massive push. All that elixir that was in there. Oh my goodness, that Miner play to distract the Skeleton Dragons to allow this balloon to sneak through. My word, Mugi.
God. Blizzard, 15 seconds left. He's got to do it now or never. Another balloon plate, so Blizzard's got to defend. Only a Baby Dragon.
Fireball's not in cycle. The Skeleton Dragons are not going to be just the death damage coming in. That Golem shut down in no man's land again. The Miner in the back. Fireball to push it back, 56 HP. But that's not going to last very long.
Yeah, 2 snowballs going to take the game for Mugi. Any extra damage with Miner is going to lock it down. Blizzard this time is not bringing with his own Golem deck, but Mugi just a little faster, which is with a deck that is not being played too much in CRL at all, but he's back with the Miner Balloon.
Golem Night Witch Cannon card from Blizzard. Mugi kind of had just everything he needed. Like, the defense from Mugi was flawless time and time again. And Blizzard, he tried to reload up. That first Golem goes down, the next Golem is played at the back to just build up, but he could never really push over the bridge. Like, all this gets trapped up in here. Just the Snowball, the Miner played at the back. Just enough to take the Cannon card down. The Musketeer just stays alive forever and a day. Blizzard maybe should have fireballed here to try and remove that from the board.
If he fireballed, then he can get some damage, but it was not going to be enough where he can actually do like 2,000 damage.
That miner to just distract the skeleton dragon so the balloon can just creep on by was just... Moogie's playing 4D chess here. He's just playing on a whole different plane of existence compared to Blizzard in that one.
4D chess?
He's playing 4D Clash Royale.
4D Clash Royale, I mean, if you go into Black Hole, that might be possible.
He's playing with the time. Like, he must have known everything that was going to happen. He saw it all laid out in front of him and could change it. He is playing 4D Clash.
That's how good he is. That looked really solid, and taking the time away from him. Like, the golem push was being set up, and then he says, okay, if you're going to take that much time, like, I don't have to take much time. I can just cut in line and just go straight into the tower. Like, Moogie just understanding the matchup. I think he was also, because it was going to be a big beatdown, he was ready for it, but he didn't exactly know what it was. Just like us, it was going to be either golem or giant, some kind of push. So he was sort of waiting for that moment. So, but he still had the building bomb tower, which is not too bad.
I was thinking it could have been the giant Night Witch Cannon Cart clone deck that used to knock around. It wasn't incredibly popular. It was like a flash in the pan kind of deck.
Yeah, and in that case, it was more with like the skeleton barrel.
Yeah.
So getting some more better value with the clone, but with the baby dragon skeleton dragons, we're thinking, is it not? A fireball's always a good spell right now in the meta.
All right, it is going to be Geralt. I don't know how do you pronounce it?
Geralt.
It's Geralt.
All the green casters, and how he wants it to be pronounced is Geralt.
I always want to call it Gerald, just in case, just for the funnies. Okay, so it is going to be Moogie versus Geralt here. Moogie, just that play, I can't talk about it. It's just, you saw it for yourselves. You know how good it was. You don't need me to tell you how amazing some of those plays
Mine are certainly kicking back this week. I like it. At the same time, I think it's hard for the players to actually predict to go whichever deck you're going against. It's hard to have the matchup favorite because of this big variety that we have in the meta right now.
Okay, do you think Geralt is going to bring in the E-Golem? He did it twice last week.
I think he brings his own Ram that he does like to play. Like Ram against the balloon, it's not bad. It's still out there, pretty good.
You're assuming Moogie is going to play the same deck. That's something he doesn't really do. If I remember correctly. Yeah, he doesn't really play the same deck twice.
Today might be the day, you know. You never...
Well, that would throw you in a loop, wouldn't it? You wouldn't expect him to play the same deck 2 times in a row, and then he does. I mean, I think it could be the E-Golem deck. To take out Moogie, you have to scrape the bottom of the deck barrel, you know? Like, what can you do against this guy?
E-Golem, I'd say the maximum use of E-Golem is once per month, okay?
But he used it twice this week and did lose the second time.
Just putting it out there, guys. It's a global rule.
Otherwise, last week against Ice Law, he did play the Lava Hound Barbarian deck that we see with the Night Witch, Skelly Dragons, Zap Poison. He has played Royal Giant E-Wiz. He's played Graveyard, basic standard with the Ice Wiz. And he has played Hog Rider. With Hog Rider coming back in favor, I would say. Hog Rider EQ is kind of coming back in. Could he be using that today? We'll find out. As Talon's Geralt in red at the top is going against Ponosis Moogie and blue at the bottom.
When we talk Miner Balloon, Miner Wall Breakers.
Yes, Sheecliff. That is what Miner is usually
Miner
with.
Poison.
Miner Graveyard Poison kinda hasn't been seen for a while, I think.
Yeah, with the giant, it's still. I think one giant is possible.
Well, Miner Lava Hounds as well.
If you can snipe onto those musketeers, if you have that sort of a matchup. Ooh, maybe a beatdown from both.
Maybe both are going to play the Eagle, and then we're just going to have one massive pink blob in the middle of the field.
And then we're going to go into 7x elixir time, and we're going to have 10 elixir golems on the field. Yes.
No.
I don't know.
No, don't say yes to that, G-Clef.
I don't know what I was doing in 7 elixir.
All right, so we're still waiting to see what these two are going to bring. Prediction now, I'd say... No, you wouldn't bring Golem, right?
Still, like, a speedy type can be played. You're just expecting the first card from your opponent, and you can just tick down this much time. As you've seen, like, the Hog Rider matchup just tick down to double elixir time. And immediate just Knight Graveyard combination.
Mm-hmm.
Or more of those small hoggies.
Well, both players must be happy with their cycles right off the bat, because neither really went before that, and no cycling so far. The Skeleton Dragons against Baby Dragon and Mega Minion. There's the graveyard from Geralt. Poison is down from Moogie.
Ooh, that poison's actually not catching the Musketeer. Oh, never mind. It's a defensive poison. I was about to say, what?
All right, Bob played real deep in the back here. Mega Minion is going to take some damage. Graveyard this time from Moogie. Nothing is across the bridge for him, though, so there is defense.
Oh, delivery.
Delivery from both players. I feel like we haven't seen delivery used in some time, especially in CRL. It occasionally appears. Recently has been popping up in Grand Challenges. Nice to see it back. But this mirror matchup so far.
Yeah, the 3.9 delivery has been really popular. So let's see how Geralt and also Moogie. We've seen this type of match a lot, and it usually just comes down to how you use the poison.
By mirror matchup, I mean graveyard versus graveyard. Okay, roll delivery comes in again.
Nice.
Out everything there. Just one scratch coming through. Geralt is a little bit on the back foot here, but it's still a game of millimeters. But look at the damage getting done by this graveyard. It's working. Moogie's slowly pulling ahead, and another graveyard from Geralt. This time there's a lot of bodies coming down. That royal delivery is there though. Baby Dragon tries to come in. It's not going to get any splash damage on the tower through the Musketeer.
Not bad, but Geralt.
Oh, look at the damage. Oh, the Heal Spirit was ever so slightly late from Moogie, but it doesn't matter. The damage getting done.
Yeah, even the poison chipping in and eliminating both of them, basically, it wins a lot more for Moogie. He's done more. He won a better trade. And because of the Skeleton Dragons.
That could have been so much worse for Geralt there if that Heal Spirit had connected half a second later, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to stop the damage coming in. There are two Baby Dragons and a Mega Minion barreling down on that left-hand side, but the Musketeer is in a perfect position to shut that down.
Yeah, the timing was a little bit off because Geralt had to wait for that elixir, even with that poison ticking it down. But Moogie is starting a little faster with his own graveyard poison. Yeah, that Mega Minion is okay, it's tanking, but it's pretty slow against the skeletons.
141 HP. Geralt needs an absolute miracle now to finish this in the last 4 seconds. It doesn't look like he's gonna find one. That is that. Moogie takes game 2 in this King of the Hill. And that, I believe, is five wins in a row for him.
Is it? Want to see the building card that Geralt had? Probably a cage, or if not a cage, or like a bomb tower. Because with the Mega Minion, there are lots of bar pod combinations out there, but I think there were lots of times where he could have thrown that down if he had it.
Well, we'll see what happens. Okay. Just, how is Moogie this good?
Yeah, Moogie
had a bit of a slow start this season, but it looks as though he's going to get another all kill.
Yes, when against the graveyard, where Mugi just had 4 elixir skeleton dragon, and Geralt instead had Mega Knight plus the baby dragons, and they were still not enough cleaning up those skeletons. So Geralt, when he had to deal with it, he had to change a lot of his own cycle for E-Wiz, maybe the Knight, sometimes the Mega Minion with something else. And oftentimes that was just deleted when it was going across the bridge. Royal Delivery, boom, on top of Baby Dragon, just everything else.
Just how is he this good?
That's the reason why you get picked up, Simon. That's the reason why you go into Ponos.
Well, Mugi takes game 2 against Geralt. Geralt had a very mixed season.
It was a matchup where it was going to be a little harder because of having no skeleton dragon instead. You were expecting, if you have Mega Minion, oftentimes when you go against like an RG, those heavier body type, then you can do a lot more damage. You can soak in and then have your own graveyard. But in this type of matchup, I think Mugi had the slight favor.
Yeah, I think he had just, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. He had the advantage, but what made the advantage?
And it was even worse because Mugi was dragging out those poison to the side by the Musketeer positioning so that the huts are not being damaged, and those barbarians always pressuring consistently on the right, as Geralt had to think about his own graveyard on the left and those barbarians on the right. So the game was tough.
It was indeed, and now we get Line, hot off a 2v2 victory, hot off a no-tilt World Championship victory. What is he going to bring today? I'm just trying.
Suddenly an expo.
No.
Yes.
No.
Why not?
Say it ain't so.
Or the motorcycle that we expected a lot more today, but so far none.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed we didn't get to see more motorcycles.
Yeah, we actually saw a lot last week. But I think it's also the players who are also playing today.
G-Clef, I just want to put this out there.
What is it?
If Mugi wins this, that is 2 all kills in a row.
I mean, the rest of Pono's crew, they can just sit back and relax.
Yeah.
Like, just put Mugi out there as the first player.
Is this why they use the timeout in 2v2? Because they just know Mugi's just going to sweep up?
Ooh, I want that done case. I think it had the signature on it too.
Well,
I want Mugi. I want Mugi's phone case.
It is going to be Mugi versus Line here. Line hasn't had the greatest of success in CRL this season.
Not in the league.
Not in the league. His last game he did beat Light. He used the Royal Giant Hunter with the Fisherman that we see all the time. He has used Minor E-Wiz with the Royal Delivery and Poison. And yeah, Royal Giant E-Wiz.
And Mugi going back to the RG with the log.
There's Fisherman.
Or can also be Royal Hogs. And what else do we have other than the Heal Spirit? Right. Show me.
Line with the Knight and the Archers though. No, with the Delivery and the Bomb Tower, probably not anymore.
Yep, just expecting Graveyard then. Yeah, RG.
Gonna get shut down here.
Yeah, not bad dragging with the Skeletons, so takes close to no damage.
Ooh, an angry emoji from Mugi. All right, the emote there, I believe, is the first emote we've ever seen from Mugi.
Was it?
We need those stats pronto.
Here comes the Graveyard. Again, Hunter blocking the Knight. Let's see how well the Fisherman does from the back, so needs an extra log to keep it safe away from the Skeletons.
Ooh, the Hunter survives, and just one scratch. 2, 3, 7, 8. Graveyard just isn't Mugi's weakness, apparently. He just knows this matchup inside out.
hear the sound, but no slap.
Archer's played right deep in that corner.
So not bad for Mugi, but once the second RG loads up, and when that bomb tower is gone, it can be hard for Line.
Yeah, that's why he loads up on the left, right at the back, real deep behind his tower with that RG, so Mugi can try to get something else out behind it, but the graveyard from Line really did disrupt those plans. It made it a lot more difficult to load up on a second RG. This one gets one shot. It gets two. So that's big for Mugi at this point in the game as we go into the last 30 seconds of double elixir period.
Yeah, Line, no poison there because he wanted to defend it against the RG. Didn't even spend on the bomb tower.
Okay, here we go. RG loaded at the back. What is Mugi going to build around this? Skeleton Dragons are there. The Heal Spirit is going to heal up the Fisherman. Log comes in. Delivery does come down. Yeah. A Night Graveyard on the right by Line. That is a good choice. Pressure down that right-hand side, so Mugi cannot reload with another RG. Damage is sneaking through, though. 1864 remaining on that tower. Bomb tower does have to come down for Line, but he doesn't have to deal with a second RG, and that is very important for him at this point. So Mugi changes up his strategy. RG at the bridge.
Yeah, no bomb tower this time. So you can load up at least a shot like, with the Heal Spirit. Second shot goes in through.
1302 remains on that tower.
And Mugi didn't load that second RG immediately. He waited for a good time to sort of let the elixir go through for Line. That timing was pretty cool.
All right, so we've seen Line time and time again. When an RG is played at the back on the left-hand side, he tries to go graveyard on the right to pressure. This time he's not using that option.
Even Fireball.
Fireball just missed the archers. I think that's what Mugi was aiming for with that Fireball. He was trying to get the archers down before they could do anything. But unfortunately, the archers were played far to the left.
Yeah, he wanted to get the bomb tower so that the RG can maybe get one hit to the tower. Not this time. Line did not end up spending his own graveyard on the right. Looking for the perfect opportunity.
That tower is slowly getting chipped away.
Okay, it is a poison. And
4-2 on that tower.
He was holding it for such a long time. Maybe it could have been a freeze, but poison it is. Mugi pushing again.
What is Line going to do? He doesn't play anything. And Line just...
At that moment, he just thought, okay, because delivery plus the poison was just used, Mugi thought, okay, this is my time. The delivery is just used. All the bridge pressure can be relieved. And the bomb tower was just not there.
Dude, Mugi, that's 2 all kills in a row.
Oh, man. Oh, what a guy, this player.
2 in a row, dude. 2 in a row. I've seen 2 in a season. I've seen 3 or 4 in a season. I don't think we've seen someone get all kills 2 weeks in a row. Mugi, take a bow, because that was insane. Line didn't... he had the elixir to try and defend. He just kind of let it go through, right?
Yeah, I think by the time he basically knew that the matchup is going to be tough, and the deliveries... Yeah, I think that poison really just let him slip and thought, okay, I got no delivery to actually block this. Even with the bomb tower, I don't think it was going to be enough anyhow. And then he said, okay, that's it.
he leaked elixir right at the end. There's all that barreling down. At least put the bomb tower in the middle of it all, you know?
Yeah.
Give it a shot.
Or just counterplay at the graveyard, but I don't think he had the speed. Not bad, but Mega Minion actually not really working out for Talon at all. Geralt, yeah, bringing that Mega Minion with the Baby Dragon combination didn't really work.
Yeah, the Mega Minion choice...
It's okay.
We don't really see that much Mega Minion in most meta decks anymore. Like, it feels like it's gone very much by the wayside with things like Skeleton Dragon, with the Baby Dragon as well, kind of taking over that role.
Yeah, we do see the combination with the E-Wiz a lot, so that the E-Wiz can have the mini zap. Yeah, oftentimes with the bar putt, which is a little heavier version. I see it. I have it right here with 4.0 graveyard, and some of those RG decks too, keeping those Mega Minions. But gotta see, because can be okay chipping in a whole chunks of damage at once, but when you have this many graveyard in the meta still, and Skeleton Dragons are, I think, overall just better fit against a lot more decks.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay. 2v2 went the way of Talon.
Mm-hmm.
King of the Hill went the way of Mugi. I'm not even going to say Ponos. It went the way of Mugi.
Okay for Mugi.
Set 3, 1v1 is
wrong.
coming up. KK. No.
Yes. Yes. 100% yes. Who says no to KK?
I mean, when Mugi's in this kind of form, though?
But, you know, KK didn't actually play that many games because of Mugi. That's true.
It is. KK's kind of become like second fiddle. For Talon, who would you send out? It's got to be between Blizzard and Lion, right?
I would say Lion because of the result that we just had in less than a week.
Like the no-till, right?
Yes, and also the Korean tournament that we have. That Lion's playing in.
The Royal Cup.
Yeah, Royal Cup.
Yeah, I think it's Royal Cup, Royal Crown Cup. I had
or
its
King
name.
Cup, something Cup. And a lot of the Korean players are playing in there, and they're pretty good too. So I think Lion's the pick for Talon, as I am not picking the right player a lot of the times.
Yeah,
today.
you're usually wrong, man. You're usually wrong.
Then who do we have?
I think
Geralt?
No, I don't think you put. Has Geralt played 1v1 this season? No, Talon have never actually reached it.
Not yet.
They 2-0 team timing. They 2-0 kicks. They got 0-2'd by Nova, so they haven't actually. This is the first time we get to see Talon in that 1v1 set. Same for Ponos, actually. This is the first time because they 2-0 team timing, 2-0 WEDGM, and got 0-2'd by TTG. So as you can see right there, that's a lot of dashes. None of them have done it this season.
Yeah. Let's just click, point to the next page of PowerPoint. So this page, let's move on.
Last season it was KK.
Mugi!
Now it's going to be Mugi. All right.
What?
So last season, KK went 3-1 in terms of 1v1 sets, 6-5 in terms of game score. Mugi has taken over KK's role. The double bed in whatever house they have that was reserved for KK, and you know, just because that's the nicest bed in the house, I think Mugi's taken over, and it is Blizzard.
Yes.
In that spot.
You couldn't really tell just from the hair, but it is Blizzard.
Needs a bit better lighting in that room. You can't really see his face. All right, what is this gonna reveal? Today already, Mugi kinda made Blizzard, you know, not look that great, but Blizzard was playing a Golem Night Witch Cannon card deck, which we don't see very often, if ever. So, gonna be interested to see what Blizzard brings this time round. Mugi never really plays the same deck twice. He's kind of...
Yeah, always switching through.
I think he has
not
like
even back and forth.
Yeah, I think he has like a spell on him where he can only play the same deck. Like he can only play a deck once or something like that. The deck of one. He can only win if he's playing a unique deck that he's never played before.
Yep. But we're in 1v1 best of 3 here. Mugi at the bottom in blue, and Talon's Blizzard on top in red.
I think that's the first time you've ever done that part, G-Clef.
Second time. So Bats. Does Blizzard have his own wall breakers instead?
Minor wall breakers. Kind of coming in. That one's going to get a hit, though.
Oh, going for Bats instead of the wall breakers.
And this Bandit is going to charge right through. Oh, and there's zap to it. Sure, it doesn't die.
The Royal Hogs.
The Bats and the Goblins there to help clean that up. That Bandit, I thought the Miner was going the other direction. Bandit doesn't get a charge. Goblins do get a couple of hits in on that tower, and Blizzard has a pretty strong start.
Yeah, since Mugi is going to be relying on the big damage from the Royal Hog. Blizzard, he needs to really push in at least one or two wall breakers.
Yep, Hunter does instantly delete a bandit when they are that close. A couple more stabs in from that goblin there. 17-14, and then the Royal Recruits played at the back for Mugi.
So with the goblins, you would expect the bomb tower.
You want to hope it's a bomb tower there or something that can distract and pull around.
Wish. Yeah, with the recruits, it can be a little tough. Having a perfect defense. Two of the recruits attaching to the tower. A whole lot of damage shipped already. More than 1,000 done.
Yeah, that was big damage by those couple of recruits there. Dog is going to make it hard for that. There is the Mega Knight. So no building for Blizzard here. Cannon cart for Mugi. Very interesting deck selection so far. Miner getting some hits in. Zap comes in. Mega Knight does end up taking down that cannon from the cannon cart.
Yeah, with the extra log, keeping it safe. So about 700 away from the lowest tower. Mugi trying to get the push done with the cart.
Yeah, knowing log was out of cycle, tried to get those wall breakers in, but shut down by the cannon cart. Is that cannon in range?
Nope.
Doesn't.
It's pretty close, but not that far. The Magic Archer continues to put in a couple of more 3 shots, down to 747.
It's going to be hard for Blizzard to try and break through with the deck he's playing, with the defensive tools that Mugi has.
Nice goblins there, keeping the Musketeer safe.
And 3 recruits again, this time on the left-hand side. We've seen the damage that 3 recruits can do on their own when left to their own devices, and that's exactly what we saw again there. One hog on the right-hand tower is problematic. Hunter is there. Magic Archer is going to get an incidental shot. So 459 on that top right.
Has to defend against this Mega Knight only.
What can Blizzard do to get damage in? I just don't know. The Miner getting quite a few hits, 1186, but that 459.
It's not as strong. I think Blizzard might need to chip down the magic Archer with the Knight, with the Miner instead, because the cannon cards are actually doing a pretty good job going against everything. The wall breakers, and also dragging the wall breaker once it goes to cannon.
I mean, the one saving grace for Blizzard is that there's no big spell. Only a log for Mugi, which is going to make it real difficult. But again, Blizzard doesn't have his own. And the goblins go down. Mugi makes it 7 wins in a row right now in terms of games.
Literally unstoppable for all kinds of decks. Plays a Balloon, Graveyard, RG, Royal Hogs. With log only, Magic Archer really killing it this time, keeping the bats away, keeping the goblins away. When the miners only unit attacking the tower, it's significantly weaker after the patch.
And then you see the 3 Royal Recruits do it twice where they get to the tower. Blizzard was stretched thin, and one of the issues his deck has is it can't really deal with dual lane pressure quite as well as other decks can. And here, look at the damage these 3. They're just going to walk on by. Maybe the goblins could have been placed a little bit more to try and pull them across a little bit, but that feels nitpicky.
Yeah, with the Mega Knight, it's a good card. It's a great card, but when you have this much of a split, when building can gather, building can draw in everything together, the Mega Knight doesn't. So that's why Mugi was splitting both sides, and he does also have the recruits. So better options for Mugi to actually lead into his own attack, where Bomb Tower could have been a real nice building in this deck for Blizzard.
Yeah, it would have really helped. But I mean, look at that log there. Goblins go bye-bye. So does the tower. I mean, there was just the dual lane pressure of Mugi's deck was just out of this world. Do you remember when Royal Recruits were released and it was like, you know, dual lane pressure will become an archetype, like splitting units will be an archetype of its own? It's finally there.
After a buff. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. After a pretty big buff.
Well, I
yes.
mean, they were nerfed to the ground when they were released, if you remember correctly, because they were stupidly strong. But that was such a masterclass on how to stretch your opponent thin when they're playing a deck that relies very heavily on small combined bursts with no big spells.
What else is a really good unit when you go against that kind? A bomber.
Get out. See yourself out, G-Clef.
Okay. Have a fun cast.
All right, so this is the 1v1, so it is going to be Mugi versus Blizzard again. Mugi is showing that all the hype that he came in with that kind of slowed down a little bit after his start was deserved. The guy's cracked. The guy's broken. 7 wins in a row. Can he make it 8? Blizzard stands in his way from an 8-win streak right now.
And a match point for Ponos.
Oh yeah, that too. Like, yeah, that's included in all of that. Mugi, can he close it out here?
It's possible that Blizzard can strike back and lead into a Talon win. Ooh, are we going Ram and more bridge? Feels
Blizzard.
Feels very likely from Blizzard with the Royal Ghost.
Yeah, Blizzard did all kill Team Timing last week, so getting multiple wins in a row is not in his vocabulary. But it's going to be difficult against his opponent. It does look like it's going to be Hog EQ, most likely from Mugi,
or is it
basic Hog?
3 Musketeer from Blizzard with the Hog? Let's see.
Bomb Tower. Okay, so it is going to be the Bomb Tower variant of Hog Rider. Is it going to be carrying that EQ as a secondary, as a third spell? 3 spell?
Yeah, Hog Rider does have 3 spells.
Would he go EQ in this so far?
Oh, and Blizzard.
1 hit. 2.
Yeah, the snowball. Snowball.
The slowed down Royal
It
Ghost.
makes a funny noise. It goes older. It's already pretty old.
Alright. Leading that Heal Spirit. There is the Royal Hogs from Blizzard. Bomb Tower is there for Mugi.
Blizzard's gotta wait for that time. That perfect chance for that 3 Musk.
He's gonna find it hard to do because Mugi can just keep turning these screws and applying pressure. Is that gonna get the activation? No, with the Royal Ghost there is no activation. Any extra damage on a Hog Rider when a Fisherman's pulling it in like that usually means it's not gonna get the extra damage. It's not gonna activate the King Tower. Luck comes in, pushes the Fisherman out of range of the tower actually. 3M goes down for Blizzard. There is the EQ.
Yeah, making sure with the slow that the tempo is not quite perfect on the left and the right together.
Yeah, also with the lock EQ, that's 5 elixirs spent to delete pretty much 6.
Yeah, 6 out of 9 basically.
Yeah.
So good worth, also perfect defense, but this time without the bomb tower, the Royal Hogs are going to come.
More damage sneaking through with these spells on Mugi. Bomb Tower's in. It's played very defensively this time though, very deep. But it's going to manage to clean up. Is it going to make snowball? Look at that defense.
The cycle's pretty cheap, near 3.0 I believe, or 3.1.
That defense by Mugi, it's just absolutely mind-blowing.
Loading up. Immediate Royal Hog to respond, and the bomb tower, he can't break it through.
Oh my goodness, a couple of Hogs got damage.
Couple. Yeah, but a couple of Royal Hogs are not as much as a single shot of Hog Rider on top.
Yeah, well, if this Hog Rider gets a hit, okay, the clock is ticking now for Blizzard. 556 is 3 EQs, 2 EQs, and a couple of logs as well. The clock is coming down on Blizzard. Mugi is very close to finishing, but that Musketeer for Blizzard got a lot of damage in. The defense is slowly starting to crack on Mugi's side.
It's hard to defend perfectly on both sides, especially against the 3M, but Mugi can finish it with speed. This time pulled from the Fisherman down to 290, but that's within few spell range.
Yeah, 1 EQ, 1 log. Nearly will finish it.
Yes, so Blizzard knowing that final push and that log, but Heal Spirit!
That Heal Spirit got so much healing.
But can he finish in time?
The race is on. The Fisherman is there. The EQ is down. 7, 8, 9.
The Hog is still able to reach the tower, and Mugi. How many games in a row was that, Simon?
That is. I've lost count. 8. 6 plus 2. That's 8, right? How? How are you this good, Mugi?
Hog Rider. Gotta write it down, as he does not play the same deck twice. It's gonna be easier to read next time.
You know what this means, right? You know what this means. As we get further in the season, Mugi's power is going to diminish because he has to play the same decks twice.
But he can always go back and play some of the same deck.
That is absolutely insane. The guy came off an all-kill last week. All kills this week. Then 2-0s in the 1v1. Mugi is a monster. He had a slow start. He won 1, lost 1, won 1, lost 1. Hasn't lost since then. What is this guy? What is he made of? He took Blizzard to the cleaners. Blizzard had no chance in that game. He had one big Musketeer connection.
Yeah,
but Mugi shut the door time and time again.
It's hard to play this
consistently good.
Not just that, even against 3 Musk deck. It's hard when you leave one small spot open. Like your left side is gonna be gone, your right side can be damaged. But Mugi keeping everything in track, making sure it doesn't take more than what's needed for his own hog push.
That Heal Spirit was so big, and you're like, okay,
when that moment came through, we thought, okay, is it possible for Blizzard to actually get that tower down?
And then he couldn't get it down. Everything just got deleted. Mugi is an absolute animal, but we'll talk about that more when we get off this break as we go into the final game of the evening, Team Timing versus WEDGM. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back soon. And welcome back to Clash Royale League East. Full season.
Quick break.
What did we just witness, dude?
And I still can't believe that Mugi just had 8 games in a row streak.
Someone called the Men in Black because I don't think Mugi is human. Please don't make me forget what I just witnessed. Seriously, I don't even know what to say. Like, everyone's been saying he's been amazing. He's gonna be he's gonna light up the scene. He had a slow start. We weren't questioning it. The people who were saying it, we believe 100%. But sometimes we have to, you know, as commentators, push a little bit of a narrative here and there. But
Let's
now we're
see if it works or not.
Now we're finally seeing Mugi Unchained. And if I was any other team, Kix is the next team in the line of sight of Ponos. I would be seriously considering my life choices. I'd be considering, like, okay,
life choices.
What kind of hitmen do we have to hire to take out Mugi? Because there's no way we can beat him straight up.
It's tough, and we're not just talking Mugi. There's an entire squad of Ponos just behind him. Like, KK is not playing that many games because Mugi's winning too many.
Right.
And there's also like Raggy Jones, Brad Yakitori, who can just fill in the middle all the time. This Ponos team so far, because of how excellent Mugi has been, especially in King of the Hill and 1v1. The regular season, at least, is going to be pretty.
It's going to be interesting.
Pretty
Very
quick for Ponos. It's Ponos. We thought it was going to be. We knew that they were going to be one of the top teams in the regular season, but it seems to be they can literally grab every win they take each time.
Yeah.
It seems like that. Who can stop them?
I don't know. I legitimately...
Kicks, maybe?
I legitimately don't know what can stop them right now with Mugi on fire. But we got to talk about the game that's coming up, dude. We can fawn over Mugi all we want. But we do have to talk. The next game up is Team Timing versus WEDGM. Team Timing, the team that can only win on Sundays.
Okay.
Against WEDGM, who cannot win on any day right now.
Simon has put on that curse for Team Timing, but they can break that curse today.
And if they're going to do it, WEDGM is the perfect whipping boy right now. They're sitting 0-3 at the bottom of the table, 2-6 in terms of set score, 6-17, minus 11 differential in game scores.
So everything going the opposite for WEDGM, and they, especially their King of the Hill results, were not as good. Just dropping a lot, having low 3s, not really winning any of those games. I think that's hurting them a lot. Changing in the roster, and that's a good shot for Team Timing at the same time when WEDGM is not really performing this well, when meta is actively changing every week.
Yep.
If Team Timing just suddenly brings up the newest decks that's just been on trend right now this week, maybe from yesterday, something new, then I think it's certainly possible for Team Timing to get this victory. And if WEDGM has that good read, I think they're also capable of taking the win for the first time.
Well, I mean, the thing for WEDGM is their 2v2 is pretty good. Higher and Solomon currently, they're 2-1 in terms of, you know, set score. They beat Katashi and Kensameshi, they beat Light and Isol, and they lost to Rad and Raiki Jones. But King of the Hill paints a different picture. In every King of the Hill they've played so far, they've played 3 games. They've won 1 time, and that was Solomon beating Yuya. WEDGM are struggling right now.
Yes.
Real hard. Team Timing, on the other hand, 2-2 right now. They beat Fav, they beat Nova, they lost to Ponos, and they lost to Talent. A very mixed bag for them. But, I mean, dude, WEDGM kind of collapsing.
And they gotta start with 2v2. Team Timing, see better numbers on the left. Yes, that's Sado and Greed, and they're playing again in 2v2 today. Expecting higher and Solomon from WEDGM's side. And oftentimes Team Timing has been throwing off the opponent with the ban card. I think it really starts from there on.
It's not just the bank card that they've been throwing people off on. These are the team that have pioneered mirror clone technology in this game.
In the league, not in the game.
In the league. But I mean, showing it in like ladder, like I was gonna say ladder for 2v2. Showing it in 2v2 play is one thing. Bringing it up on the stage and consistently doing it in a way where you take games off people is nuts. That deck shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah.
And it does.
There's no regulation against that.
There is. It's in the rule book.
No,
man.
I read the rule book.
It's in the rule book.
Many times. It's not in the rule book, guys. Simon's lying to you. And
Would I lie to you?
It only happens in game 1. So you only have to watch out in game 1 though.
All right, and it does look like it is Hire and Solomon again for the 2v2. And they are in the studio. Don't forget there are precautions taken in place. There is a live audience, but they're all wearing masks. They're temperature checked before they get in. Antibacterial hand washing, all that good stuff. So, I wish I was there. Not gonna lie. Wish I was in the studio right now.
I wish everyone was there. All the players, casters, and
when you said everyone, I was just imagining the whole world, and I was like, how are you gonna get like 7-8 billion people into one room?
I'm not gonna.
And social distance, dude.
I'm not. Oh, RG ban
from WEDGM though.
So this is a very promising sign already. Not just in 2v2, but the entire day. I like it so much.
Why do you like the RG ban in the 2v2?
One, because we're not gonna see Royal Giant. 2, we might. Okay, of course, balloons out there, but we might just run into something faster and less bridge heavy. That's considering that the Royal Giant's banned, you might just go for. You don't really have to go for anti-Royal Giant anymore.
But I mean, one of the problems with the RG ban is yes, you can bring more bridge heavy cards, but the Giant Skeleton still is in this match.
Yes, but without the Royal Giant, you can sneak in a few of those like Ram Riders and the Hog Riders. It's a lot easier with just the Giant Skeleton compared to Giant Skeleton plus the Royal Giant.
Well, we'll see what happens and what these teams are going to bring. There is no RG. It is banned. The Royal Giant is not applicable. And as always, as you can see, Tornado is banned. Very rarely does that card get through in 2v2.
The Freeze is also out there. Poison, Fireball, everything else is out there too.
Dark Prince and... This is the clone deck. So it's I'm calling it now. It's the clone deck from Team Timing.
It is this. Yeah, with the Lumberjack.
The Lumberjack is a difference. It's different. Maybe it's not the clone then. Okay. With the Dark Prince, I was thinking Giant Skeleton as well.
They can still put in clone, who knows?
Oh,
let's wait.
They still could. Okay, Graveyard. And the good thing for WEDGM here is that actually would have kept the Giant Skeleton of Team Timing preoccupied there, letting theirs go through, but unfortunately, Goblin Cage is there for Team Timing.
Yeah, even a poison response right when the Musketeer is down.
Not really sure what we've got here for Team Timing. Very clearly Graveyard for WEDGM. They played it once. Probably they have double Graveyard.
Yeah, that Giant Skeleton is actually from Team Timing. It just went all the way around.
Took the long way home.
They can also lead in with some miners.
Balloon still on the cards.
Always out there. Yeah, just
with the Lumberjack, I'm thinking more Balloon.
Or Hog Push. Some more charges can happen. Just waiting for that key winning condition from Team Timing as WEDGM, they have put in some damage. Yeah, they're going aggressive with this poison because Team Timing is just waiting. And WEDGM certainly does not have to wait. There's another Graveyard again.
If you're waiting this long to pull the trigger, it can't be a balloon, right?
It can be a balloon with the freeze and clone all together. It has to be something something crazy.
Well, we'll see. Hopefully they bring it. It is Graveyard. Okay, that is crazy. Okay, Poison defensively from WEDGM, and there's the balloon. There's a lot of rage there, but it's not catching the balloon. The Lumberjack doesn't. There you go. It does get there. One drop. Fireball comes in to clean it up.
Whoa! And this right before the second shot, the Musketeer does not connect. Still, that was good enough damage to come back into the game.
But there's still 2 minutes, and it is that overtime period. The cage is there to distract. Log comes in. The Skeletons are getting quite a bit of damage in for WEDGM.
Yeah,
719, 696. The Poison now ticking down. 673 on that tower.
Yep. Team timing. All they need is a 1 balloon drop and the death damage. So before that WEDGM, they want to take it down with the Poison. All the spells. Mentioned the Musketeer, the heal spirit. I don't think that it healed the Musketeer there.
How are they going to break through? Here is the Lumberjack, so that's usually a go sign, but pulling it so far to the right. Graveyard comes in. Raged up balloon. There's the freeze. Is it going to get a connection again? Snowballs in, and that is it. Team timing bring Graveyard balloon, G-Clef.
Graveyard balloon freeze. Perfect timing.
Graveyard balloon. Can we talk about Team Timing's deck selections here and
mix and match?
Yeah, it's like they're playing 2 different games, but they just come together so well. The synergy between the decks, like the way that they're playing, in theory shouldn't work.
No, in theory, the more I think about it, Graveyard, and they intentionally put the Graveyard all the way in the back because they know freeze is coming down every single time, and once you have the Graveyard all the way in the back, you gotta have at least a couple of things in the back. But once you do that, what's gonna stop the balloon from connecting? So WEDGM had to handle it with limited tools, and at first you don't exactly know what you're going against. So first it's harder to defend, but the second time they couldn't do it because of the limited tools they had. They had Baby Dragon and Musketeer and a few more, but without it, either you take damage a lot from the Graveyard or the balloon. And with rage set up from the Lumberjack there, it's beautiful.
I mean, they held on.
That snowball push so that Musketeer goes onto the right.
And that fireball was just value in a nutshell, but the way that Team Timing have approached 2v2 is just so different compared to everyone else. It's like everyone else seems to be bringing decks we expect. Team Timing are trying new things,
look at that.
and it's working.
Yeah, the Hunter's all the way in the back. It should be against the balloon. And the Skeletons are also eating those Musketeer shots. So the balloon's quite healthy with the rate speeding it up. Like everything just falls into their hands.
I'm really enjoying watching Team Timing's 2v2s.
This should be like how a lot of the teams should approach 2v2. Then I think 2v2 can develop its own meta.
Well, it kind of did.
Diverse meta.
Remember the really early days of competitive 2v2 where everyone was kind of unsure of how to proceed. They were trying new things. They were trying things out. And then, we've mentioned before, Bren Esports, Jai, and No Aim Sai, they were the ones who really started to bring that RG Giant Skeleton play into 2v2, at least what we saw in Asia. And then that slowly took off. Now everyone plays that. And then the meta kind of settled between 2 or 3 different types of decks. I'm so happy to see some kind of like mix and match of different styles from Team Timing, because it throws their opponents in a loop. They're not sure what they're going to be facing next.
Real smart preparation by Team Timing. Also, creativity comes into play in 2v2 like this. As WEDGM, certainly they were caught off guard, I would say. And not having the freeze of their own, I think it really hurt.
Well, hopefully we get into this game 2 very, very shortly. Sado and Greed took game 1 with Balloon Lumberjack Graveyard. What are they going to be bringing in Game 2? Don't forget, Royal Giant is banned. Tornado is banned. So WEDGM in red at the top really do have to think on their feet against their opponents, who are in blue at the bottom, Team Timing. And we see G-Clef. Skeleton Barrel.
Uh-oh.
Are you thinking,
But it's Game 2.
What better time to play it?
Goblin Barrels, too.
Okay, just the bomb tower this time from Hire and Solomon. Possibly predicting something more hug, like Royal Hogs or something like that, which would be the perfect answer for, even a perfect answer for the clone shenanigans that we have seen.
Or even, there were some, back in the days, there were some wall breaker decks coming into play 2v2.
Yeah.
When miners were alive.
Hey, they're coming back.
They're coming, yeah, they're coming back.
Miners are back in fashion. Okay. So after not seeing teams wait in 2v2 for nearly a whole year, we've seen 2 in one day.
If Team Time Sato and Greedy, if they had lots of other barrels, I think they would have played it already.
Unless it's fallen in a very counter cycle right now. So like basically if WEDGM play something, TT, like Team Timing.
And even if Team Timing has something like a clone prepped for them, I think they want to defend first and then gather up a massive troop, you know.
We'll see what these teams are going to be bringing then as we get into the last minute of regulation time, almost down into that double elixir period. Both teams kind of played a couple cards just to fix any issues with their cycle, just to try and find out the next card, get things ready. Here we go, double elixir period has begun. This is usually when we see teams play cards.
That's the usual, but not for this game.
Okay, Lumberjack is played. WEDGM do make the first move. The balloon is there. Inferno Tower is good.
Rage is there for the balloon, but still the Inferno will take the chunk damage. No, not even the death damage going into the bottom tower. So, Team Timing, what do they have in response? Another balloon already locked.
Yeah, poison does come down. Ewiz is there. That's going to be good. The skeletons against the miner. Snowball has to be used. Baby Dragon is going to be good. 2-2-2-2-2 on that tower. Okay, what are they going to bring with this? It's going to be pretty hard for them to break through with these skeleton barrels, with that bomb tower in this deck.
And WEDGM just loading up that skeleton. It is going to eliminate a lot of those bridge units.
A Night Witch.
Maybe this is the clone that we...
Maybe it could be a version of it. I mean, this is one of the problems with giant skeletons in general in this 2v2. Is that it just clogs up the lane. And that's why the Fisherman pick on Team Timing is really good, because it does allow a counter push to begin. It allows one to push through, to open up. Oh, that snowball! Oh, it was dirty! WEDGM, but the snowball into the range of that bomb was just... You love to see it. Again, this is all going to get cleaned up by this death bomb.
So I'm waiting for the moment either team switching it to the left side all of a sudden. Again, the balloon all the way from the right gets dragged by the Inferno Tower for now.
And a free snowball is there to try and just push things around. It is triple elixir
and defensive freeze.
But I think that giant skeleton's in range.
The miner is locked on. The balloon's not taking too much damage. It does get a drop, and the death connects also.
The giant skeleton didn't get the connection, even though it was ridiculously close. Team Timing still holding on to one card each.
Yeah, but with continuing to rain down with the balloons, and the pressure is still there for WEDGM. They're trying to connect the maximum. The balloon's still healthy again.
Yep, and that is it. Much tighter play by Hire and Solomon in that one. They controlled that game. They took it by the horns and just made it their own. Beginning to end, solid play.
Because of double giant skeleton, one was okay because of the fisherman that was available from Team Timing, but the second giant skeleton was blocking the path every single time. So never really got the big chance with potentially what was cloned or their own freeze.
It was double graveyard.
Yeah, double graveyard.
Because the last cards, they never really got a chance to put that down, and I mean, oof.
Yeah, they need something to tank.
That was a game that went almost 5 minutes.
Why not on the left side then?
Because if they had have spent the elixir on the left side, they would have lost the right-hand tower earlier. I feel like they should have tried to put a bit more pressure on single elixir. I think that might have been their only grace.
Voice comes from WEDGM.
That defensive freeze by Team Timing just only caught really the balloon.
Yeah, not really catching the left side of attack.
Which of course diverted some elixir to that side, and that allowed the balloon to sneak through.
Yeah, double giant skeleton. I think giant skeleton should do less damage in 2v2 only. If that makes sense.
Its death damage is just so oppressive, and it allows both teams to kind of stop counter push potential in 2v2. But the teams do have bans.
Ah, yes.
So if it was an issue, they'd be banning it more than Tornado.
Then Tornado is an issue. It's the reason why we don't really see it too much. Of course, that pairing can be even worse. Tornado with the giant skeleton. You don't even need 2 giant skeleton. You just bring 1. And you gather everything. Like, it doesn't matter what you have, just bring it into that range. I think giant skeleton, no, if you nerf the range, then it will be even harder to use it for 1v1.
But then it'd still be a good defensive tool. Like, it'd be a 2 defensive tool if you did that. I mean, it's so... Oh, okay. Do you think we're going to see it again? Just tons of giant skeletons.
What's the one?
The fisherman was a good idea from Team Timing, just to kind of save the bridge.
Yeah, Fisherman Hunter is a good combination against the giant skeleton too. But I'm trying to think any other counter. Like Infernos are okay, but because there are lots of distractions, it's really hard to lock it down on that giant skeleton immediately and all the time.
What we need is a polymorph card, one that can just change the giant skeleton into a fish.
P.E.K.K.A? Sparky?
Again though, you still kinda
take the death damage.
Yeah. You still lose. It still kills your push dead. Sparky, depending on when it shoots, it can survive. If it is the one to kill it, it generally walks past, but it depends on the angle again.
Yeah, if it's directly, yeah, it depends on the range.
Yeah, giant skeleton is very oppressive. It ruins the bridge battle, which does limit cards like a Hog Rider. It limits cards that it limits decks that rely heavily on counter pushes. But we're going to get into this one. WEDGM, Higher, and Solomon in red. Team Timing, Greed, and Sado in blue at the bottom.
Then you bring a deck that doesn't require the pass or the customization from the bridge. You don't go through the custom, you go directly into the tower.
G-Clef, I have a quick question before we start. What is the animal on Team Timing's emblem?
No.
Because this has been a bit of a debate on Twitter. Do you think that's a koala? I think that's just a person with Mickey Mouse ears. I'm not sure. Whatever it is, it's weird.
Yes, that I agree.
Okay, all right, we agree on that.
It's got a weird nose.
Okay, so what are we seeing right now, G-Clef? Not much.
The same old with the minions. I think WEDGM same. All right, here comes, and the Ram Rider to slow. Snare.
going to be good against the balloon until it runs into that crowd. A cage there just to slow it down, which does mean the balloon will go down without a hit. But unfortunately,
someone needs to update, but we're all good. You can push it through for the AM updates when you're in sleep mode. It automatically updates for you.
Okay, anyway.
So the match continues. It's not the first time, so I'm used to it.
Yeah, that was the observer device. That wasn't the players. The players are unaffected by that. Oh, what a lightning!
Oh, and the Ram Rider is slowed down, but still pretty healthy, and the heals back up.
But unfortunately, Ram Riders do not play nicely with giant skeletons. They always seem to struggle to find a way around.
Yeah, they're pretty light, as all the units do have mass, and that comes into play for Flash.
Yep. And there's good freeze. That giant skeleton's just going to walk right into tower range unless something stops it. It's going to be close. Enough to take out the Musketeer and the Fisherman, though. Don't worry about it, G-Club.
Yeah, still, that was really close to timing. They got to worry about it again. The balloons are going to come. The Ram Rider just being held for the balloon timing to come.
Okay, that's going to clean most of that up, I believe. Oh, it saves the Musketeer. That log saving the Musketeer.
The bomb goes off again from the giant skeleton. Now the Ram Rider.
Slow it down, but it's gonna actually target the miner as well. Death damage is gonna damage that balloon, though. The freeze may actually have hurt quite a bit there.
Yeah, the timing actually went down weird for WEDGM. I thought team timing was going to change things up and drag it with the cage first, and then Ram Rider on the left. Lots of minions in the air along with that balloon.
Yeah, that balloon is just stuck in no man's land, but
same for the Ram Rider.
Yeah. The build-up of units because of that Ram Rider on top of the giant skeleton balloon is actually really helping team timing.
Yeah, keeping that bomb damage away so much so.
They load up on the left-hand side. Team timing are actually ready for the right. The Ram Rider has to come in to slow that balloon down. Will the Skeleton Dragons be able to finish it before it gets to the tower? The answer is yes, and a big connection with that Ram Rider on the left-hand side as well. It's going to get quite a bit of damage in here.
The team timing can always change it up because they have the speed. Again, the balloon comes.
And again, the Ram Rider is loaded in.
As they don't think it's even needed this time.
And that's going to clean everything up there, Lightning. Oh, and it gets a connection as well.
Yeah, the Ram Rider gets away from the death damage there. And down to 290.
Lightning probably will finish this off.
Yeah, just a little more. They can always log it, but the freeze comes down. WEDGM is looking for a victory right here, but the Ram Rider slowing it down again and again.
There's the poison. Lightning comes in soon. It will be over. Actually, nope, don't even need it. Log and poison, enough to finish it. Team timing. Close out game 3 and set 1 goes to them. WEDGM's woes continue. It's rough.
And team timing. If we had to rate the preparation between team timing and WEDGM's on 2v2 on what they have gathered for 2v2 today, team timing A+. They've done their homework and it is the best that they have done. WEDGM A- or B+, I would say.
I liked some of the changes they were bringing. They didn't just bring cookie-cutter decks. They clearly prepared without the RG. But again, I feel like the decks they were playing could have just been RG decks. It wouldn't have made much difference to the setup.
WEDGM?
Yeah, WEDGM's decks, I feel like even if they had an RG, nothing much around the deck would have changed.
Yes, and there were a couple moments where WEDGM was loading up too many, like the minions after minions, when you know there were skeleton dragons. And they're gonna remove those minions easily.
Yeah, there was just something off about WEDGM in that 2v2. And I just don't know what WEDGM can do to turn this tide. Like, they're not looking terrible, but they're not looking great.
they have to really start with this King of the Hill that's going to start right away. But team timing, as I mentioned, they've done their homework. Their project A+, I would say. If there are this many balloons popping out everywhere in 2v2, they have to have an answer. It can't just be, oh, let's just play a better balloon deck.
Yeah.
We have to have some kind of counter, and they've done their homework within the week, and they have brought their own double Ram Rider.
The double Ram Rider worked really well against those balloons, but that wouldn't have worked without the giant skeleton kind of blocking up the bridge a little bit.
And also, depending on the freeze from the balloon side, Ram Rider might actually not work if it is perfect. Because there were some minor defenses so that the snare would go onto the miner instead of the balloon.
But then the next one is always going to be on the balloon. The next one will always... It never hits the same target twice if it has 2 targets.
And it also moves away from the miner because the Ram's always charging.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if the miner and the balloon were still in range, it will throw the miner, then the balloon, then the miner again. It goes 1, 2, 3. It doesn't hit the same target 2 times if they're in range. So that way, you know, even the miner was good, it's still always going to get the connection onto the balloon.
And the slow actually lasts pretty long.
Yeah, it feels like forever.
It feels like forever, and it's almost like a stun. It's, I believe, 80% slow.
It used to be 100% slow back in the day. Yeah, it's
basically
it's 80 now.
That's why it's still snare, basically.
Yeah. Okay, that's done.
That's done. But I love the style of team timing, and I wish that's the reason why they're winning a lot of their 2v2, and it's gonna continue. But WEDGM, they're on the edge of the cliff. Now, really they're at the edge of the cliff, hanging on with 2 fingers only.
And you know who's going to be standing in their way and trying to knock them off? Probably Nuri. Nuri has been on absolute fire for team timing lately. And I mean, even if he doesn't come out in the King of the Hill, you're going to expect, with the way he's been performing lately, to be in that 1v1. So we're going to have to wait and see who is going to be playing. Because team timing does have a rotation. They could play Greed, but usually... Sorry, they could play Haruki. But, you know, we've seen them swap it up a little bit between Greed and Haruki in this King of the Hill. So they're not as predictable. But when you look at WEDGM, they seem to have a very set 3. Solomon, Haya, Wonga in no particular order. Look at those percentages. There's 2 zeros there.
Maybe it's time for Peas and Chia. You know.
One could hope. It is going to be... That's Haruki, yeah. Haruki out first. Who's going to be from WEDGM? Historically, this season they haven't really used Peas, but last season he usually came out in the first slot. Would play Golem, win 1, lose 1, and then put his team on a good chance. And it is going to be Peas. Okay.
Oh, the Golem.
The Golem King.
Does have a shout. It can have a place right now, of course, with lots of baits and quick cycle. It might be tough. But there were some of those matches from Peas last season where he lost the first tower in the minute or 2. And then suddenly popped up double elixir time. Okay, I'm gonna give one side, but you're gonna give me 3 crowns.
Yeah.
And he won that. He won a couple of those games just like that in the same fashion.
But this season is very different for
It is very different, especially when there's fishermen. This many fishermen
in the meta.
combination. That's the reason why we don't see that.
Also with the Barb Hut too, because it lives forever, and with the Hunter, if you already had the Barb Hut down, it's been a while, you've got the Fisherman and the Hunter, Golem will do nothing. So what is he going to bring now? Will Peas be able to get another win in King of the Hill and make it their second win out of quick math 10 games?
But
this will be 11.
If anyone's able to do it with Golem, it is going to be Peas.
Yeah, but Haruki stands in his way. What will Haruki bring today? Haruki's played one King of the Hill, and he played against Jack. And you know what he played? G-Clef, can you remember? It was Expo.
Yes.
It was 2.6 Expo. It wasn't even Ice Boat.
Yeah, the old with
Old
Tesla.
school. Yeah, with Tesla Ice Spirit.
Yeah, Tesla doing pretty good, man.
That just feels so wrong these days to see like Ice Spirit in a deck.
Sometimes you gotta invest in Tesla, and you get the good result.
Oh, it hurts. It hurts. G-Clef, you can't make those kind of jokes. Okay, and Peas this season hasn't actually played Graveyard. Hasn't played Golem. Has played Graveyard and Lava Hound. Lava Loon, and then the Barb Hut version of Graveyard. So what is he going to bring today? The fact that we're waiting until double elixir period.
Yeah, with this wait, I'm expecting the more we wait, the percentage of Golem popping in this area right now is getting higher.
It's gone from 0.001% to 0.002%.
So I think the percentage is literally going up as the elixir leaked. So we're going up to 28%.
But Barb Hut can change that. Fisherman really feels like it's going to change that.
Yeah, there were some old Golem decks with Fisherman, but these days, don't really see it. Oh!
Or maybe we're going to see it today.
Yes! There was some old Golem combination with Fisherman when Fisherman just came out.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you know all about it.
No,
Good
I don't remember it. That was the days where I was playing.
Here we go!
Is Golem. Alright, so we're going to have to see how this goes. With the cards that Haruki's showing, it's most likely...
Yeah, 3.5 Graveyard?
Yeah, I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, with the Tornado.
So he's going to have a bit of a matchup advantage, I would say. Graveyard is pretty difficult to deal with if you're not carrying.
Yeah, it depends depends on how Peas is going to use the Fisherman. I think that's the key.
Look at that Golem just get absolutely shredded in the middle. But the good thing for Peas is that he actually has quite a bit of stuff here. That Baby Dragon's very healthy.
Yeah, the Heal Spirit kept everything alive in that poison. Without it, yeah, the Dark Prince and the Night Witch was going to be going down. Also, the Baby Dragon got back up to full health. Comes the Lightning, the usual combination with the Golem.
There is the Bomb Tower.
Oh, Haruki's struggling.
I think Haruki's trying to get back to that Bomb Tower. Nado is there. Ice Spirit's going to try and slow things down, but there is a lot of red at the bridge and not a whole lot of blue.
The worst is that Haruki's not finding his time for the Graveyard.
I mean, yeah.
The Baby Dragons, they're doing so much work. Yeah, the Knight's already, it's already gone. You can't put a Graveyard right now. There's no way. And he loads up another Golem.
Golem at the bridge is the pro play. All right, Lightning comes down. That cleans all that up. That is a very healthy Golem getting into that tower. Tornado's going to try to pull things around.
So he doesn't take the death damage from the Golem, but still the Baby Dragon, splashes into the tower. Second shot goes in.
And that Golemite gets the death damage in 7, 6, 5. And there is the Graveyard from Haruki. It has found a bit of a window. That Baby Dragon is now going to get splash off the Dark Prince. And this could be it. 1, 2, 6, 6. That's a lot of damage, but it's not enough.
That's surely not enough as Haruki. That Lightning. Clutch timing. Fisherman's gone, but the Golem is still pretty healthy.
Tornado to try and activate the tower. Okay, saved it this time round. But the Princess Towers are locked on that Golem, at least until the Golemites pop.
The follow-up units, pretty healthy. Another Lightning comes in with the bats attaching to a Dark Prince. Fisherman goes in, and the tower goes down. Peace. Second win of the season for the entire squad of W80GM.
In a 1v1 setting.
With a Golem.
It had to be. It had to be. Peas looking good with that Golem deck. I mean, Peas is known as the best Golem player in China. It's an old man's deck, and Peas is an old man.
Yeah, any sort of Golem deck that we had before, there's always a potential that Peas can play with it. Like even with the fisherman, we knew, okay, there once upon a time, long time ago,
Back when dinosaurs still
when we
walked the
had
earth.
carpets in the air, we had fishermen along with Golem.
All right, so defensively, Haruki just never kind of found a groove.
Yeah, and he's made it a little bit harder for Haruki to use perfect tornado that can clump everything so that he can get value. He's instead of getting everything behind the golem, he actually lined it up perfectly with his lightning timing. And this one actually he got lucky there with the connection too. Baby dragon just spawning in the middle.
But even here, like that tornado wasn't. I mean, he had to do something.
It was already late, I think.
Yeah, he just couldn't get back around to those bomb towers fast enough, you know? And the lightnings were just going to make it really hard for them to stay alive anyway. So Haruki falls, and Haruki continues to not do pretty well in King of the Hill. In the regular season, he ended 0-3 in spring, 2-1 in the playoffs in King of the Hill. Right now, Haruki is 0-2. He did lose to Jack. I feel like he's the sacrificial pawn that Team Timing throw out against strong players just to see what they're doing.
Just to step up to begin with, and then see what happens.
Yeah,
so,
just throw him in.
And a knight right after, and a bishop.
Actually, hold on. Is that what they're doing with him?
I don't think so.
No, it is. It is. So
he does go out as the first player oftentimes.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
he went out against Jack. Then Nuri came in, who beat Jack and Hajime, lost to Expo Master, and then Sado lost to Expo Master in the final. So yeah, they're using Haruki as kind of like the bait. Poor Haruki. Sado is going to come out next against Peas. Sado has not had a good time in 1v1 this season. He beat Mugi, but has lost to, since then, that was pretty much his first game. He lost to Reiki Jones, Expo Master, Blizzard, and D-King. To be fair, that's a pretty stacked roster, but you're playing at the highest level. And Peas is up there. He's got his 1 win today. We'll see if he can make it 2 and go against the grain of Peas.
So which Golem deck are we looking into for Peas?
He won't bring Golem 2 times in a row. Usually it was Golem in the first game, and then maybe Graveyard, maybe RG.
Yeah, he leans into a very standard after playing Golem.
Yeah.
And usually Golem decks are the decks that he wins with.
And then if he doesn't play the Golem first and he actually wins that, he'll play the Golem in the second game and lose that.
I remember that in 1v1s.
So we'll see how it goes as Peas in red at the top goes against Sado in blue at the bottom. The thing about Sado is his deck variety this season is kind of a joke. So far this season, he's played Graveyard, Mortar, Cannon Cart 4 times. The only other deck he played was the Goblin Giant Sparky. But it looks as though he's bringing something different today.
Yes, with the Hunter, I think we're just expecting a normal Fisherman combination with the RG. Certainly can be something else. With the Cannon Cart from Peas.
Is it a
Golem Cannon Cart?
I was thinking it was the Golem Cannon Cart.
Yeah, with the Baby Dragon, I think there's still a chance, you know?
We saw it earlier. So we'll see what happens on Peas' side.
With Skeleton Dragon.
It's still feeling like that Golem deck we saw earlier.
Yes.
I can see your face. You're like, I don't want that to be true.
I know what you're talking about, but I don't want to believe it at the same time. There's the RG.
What is he going to have in opposition of this? Just the Baby Dragon and the Cannon Cart. Peas is going to take a ton of damage here. Tornado was very late. And unfortunately, the Cannon Cart doesn't go down in time, so he takes another hit.
And he was trying to get it in range. Got the bar barrel, enough damage, and locks onto it before it goes onto the tower. So not so bad. And I think Peas, he took some damage. Okay, that's actually pretty significant, but...
He took a lot of hits from that RG. Fireball obviously comes in, and RG just paved, is way paved, and it is a Golem G-Clef.
2 out of 2.
So we'll see, he has 1 minute to get this Golem to the tower with enough stuff around it to defeat the Hunter-Fisherman combo. It's going to be tough, and especially when that happens, the Fisherman to move it to the opposite lane.
Okay, but that Fireball only catching the cart, not catching the maximum, so this push actually might work. Well, at least do some damage on the left and right.
I don't think it's going to get that much done, though. I don't, especially not a tower when the Golemites are already this low. Fireball comes in. Value City right there, but this cannon cart actually is going to connect, and that changes a lot. The push, though.
The push from the Barbarian of his own. Leaning into the skeleton, I think that was actually enough to take the tower down, but it got out of range.
It was his own Barbarian that pushed the cannon cart back. If it wasn't for that, you're right. I think that tower would have gone down. It would have got 1-2 more hits.
It just moved like a half tile away from the tower because it already locked onto it.
Yeah.
In a cannon cart form.
Oh,
what a Barbarian!
Traitor.
That leads into traitor. That leads into win for Sado.
Yep, Sado does take the victory here. Peas does win 1, lose 1. As we go into game 3 between these two teams. Who is Sado gonna face next? Is it gonna be Wonga, Hire, or Solomon?
Hire Solomon.
I want to see that again, that cannon cart getting pushed away. Look at the damage it got. The heal spirit, he had nothing to
the early
stop
push.
it.
And the heal just keeping those skeleton dragons up.
Also the RG up. So this, I don't want to say it worked, but it happened, and it was kind of favorable.
Yes, because Fireball not hitting the, I don't think it hit the golem even, only the cannon cart.
So here, he sees that Fireball, he knows his opponent is low, cannon cart comes in. The Barbarian comes in, and it's his own Barbarian from the Barbarian barrel that pushed it out of range.
Yeah, because the barb went back to the target.
And pushed it ever so slightly.
Yes, just.
Ooh, that interaction, it hurts. So it is going to be Hire coming in the second position for WEDGM against Sado here. If my memory serves me, nope. So far this season, he has lost to Hajime, lost to Yuya, and lost to Mugi. So not the start that we expected to see from Hire this season. But Sado, is Sado back on form? That he's got 1 win today. Can he make it 2? Because the old jokes about Team Timing being Team Sado don't seem to be true anymore, as it's Team Nuri now.
They tend to be changing from a player to player every season. Sado certainly before the win today has not been performing well as last season.
But I mean,
where he had lots of streaks to begin with.
Sado has been performing well in other tournaments. We've talked about him 3-0 Jupiter King. I believe he 3-0'd a couple of other people in that tournament recently. So it's going to be interesting to see how he does here. Game 3 against Hire. Has Sado discovered, rediscovered what made him so special last season? Or is he going to fall? Because if he does rediscover what made him so special last season, I'm going to kick myself because I had him in my fantasy team and I removed him this morning.
Well, you might be regretting that after we have this game, or maybe more, of Sado when he comes back with Motor Deck, which has been pretty hot among the community with some different cards in it. And let's see what Hire's got to bring of his own too.
So far this season, Hire has bought. Just quickly double check.
Mostly what I remember are Graveyard and
Graveyard. He played Graveyard 3 times, a couple of different variations, Baby Dragon, Skeleton Dragon. He played the Bomb Tower version with the Barbaro Knight Archers. He has played Ram Rider with the Royal Recruits. And he has played Royal Hogs with the Barput. So he has played a few different decks.
I wish he goes back to his Hog Rider decks. Last season, his Hog Rider decks were actually...
Well, with Hog EQ coming back, that could actually be a very good shout. Like, Hog EQ has been rediscovered, let's say.
There are some combinations, some... Old times it was Firecracker Hunter, but now it's Fisherman Hunter. Combination with the Hog Rider. A similar type with the Heal Spirit and Skeleton Chip Cycle there.
And it's Wall Breakers from higher.
With the Mega Knight or just the Miner. Saddle with the Tornado. Expecting Graveyard.
Miner comes in. Ice Wizard just going to slow that Miner down. It is going to fall. Just one hit then. 2, 4, 6, 2 on that tower.
Knight. 3.5 ice. Or all of a sudden an Expo? Nah.
Barbaro's going to deal with those. He's going to get a hit on the tower with the Musketeer. The answer is nope.
Yeah, not even close. I think Sato can actually just... Okay, not going to try it this time.
Yeah, you don't have to force through those graveyards early on in the game. You can just wait and see if you can find a window to either counterattack down the other side, or if you just had enough left over on a defense, you can go down the same side. One of the great things about Graveyard is just the versatility it provides of where you can go, whereas the Minor Wall Breakers, it's you got to find just an opening to get those Wall Breakers to connect.
Yeah, left or right. Where Sado has to focus on one side. Good NATO timing, bringing both together.
I was going to say, Tornado, Baby Dragon, that's an old school combo that just works. Bomb Tower is there, though. That's going to clean everything up. As we see here, Miner does get quite a few hits in, though. 1930 remaining on the tower. Sado on the back foot, but the switch can be turned.
Sado does have a lot of answers against the wall breakers. He's got slows, the tornado, Barbaro, and the bomb tower.
That felt a little bit early. Yeah, it is. That tornado was that graveyard was a little bit early from Sado. So the Princess Tower did connect onto the skeletons, but still the damage sneaks through.
Still pretty massive, and Poison got okay value, catching the Musketeer plus a few more.
Okay.
Yeah, even the bar barrel, just as a safety.
So how is he managing to get all this damage coming through? Okay, wall breakers again. Sado this time has the bomb tower to eat that.
Yeah, I think
Graveyard's probably going to be coming up next. There is a lot of elixir for higher to defend.
Yeah, I think Sado wants to push. This time just using the tornado to have some more damage shift, but the Baby Dragon locked onto the bomb tower.
Yeah, I think he was hoping that it would, you know, lock onto the knight there, but unfortunately it didn't. Miner in the back. Wallbreaker's going to get shut down, and there's still quite a few skeletons around that tower. 616. Another big hit for Sado.
There's just no good solution. One good tool solution against it. Musketeer is okay, but the poison always grabbing the Musketeer and damaging the tower together.
Will we see the Graveyard after this? I don't think Sado wants to push it too hard, but we've seen it slip away from him a few times. There it is. It's coming in late. And no tank again this time. Poison comes down. That might be it. That Baby Dragon turns around, and that's it. Higher goes down. Sado takes another game here. Game 3 is his. What are we gonna do? What can WEDGM do? It just seems to go from bad to worse for this team.
old type of wall breaker deck could have worked really well against the graveyard, like when you have the E-Wiz. Or even the minions, because once you have the minions and the musketeer, you can just place it away left and right and make sure one's alive at least against the poison. But in this case, where Sado controls the tempo with Tornado and Slow, it was going to be very hard for Higher, especially with that Fireball. Is what you have what you need?
Just
give and take.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one spell difference, of course, in a matchup like this can, at a pro level, is just everything.
Sado was just so patient with his graveyards.
Yeah, some of the skeletons connecting with spawns and poison every single time. Every single time. And whenever Higher tried sneaky wall breakers on the right, Sado perfect response with the bar barrel every single time.
And I mean, that was so late. That graveyard was so late. The Baby Dragon was there forever.
Yeah, because Higher also spent a lot of elixirs trying to have his own push, but all stopped by one tool, Bomb Tower, one card.
I mean, the frustration you have to feel. I mean, the Baby Dragon eventually connected. There was just nothing there for Higher. It's just, it's hard to watch right now, just how easy some of the players on WEDGM seem to be vanquished. So it is going to be Sado versus Solomon. Solomon, the last player from WEDGM in this King of the Hill. Can he get more than one win in a row? He is the only person on the team now with Peas that have a W in King of the Hill. Peas got it today against Haruki, and Solomon got it against Yuya on Kicks. If Sado wins this, the season goes from bad to worse for WEDGM, as they will be 0-4 at the end of the night.
At the bottom of the team standings.
Comfortably bottom too.
Yes, with no wins, that can be mentally challenging for all the players. And Sado on a streak. Is he back? Simon, do you feel it?
Team Sado is back. That means Nuri won't be as good anymore, because you can only have one.
What?
Team Timing is a
that
team
like
of
the
Highlanders.
law of nature?
Team Timing of the team of Highlanders. There can be only one.
I thought it was not Saturday today.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
I'm Sunday.
Team Sunday. Team Sunday are done. All right, so it is going to be Sado versus Solomon. Game 4 of this King of the Hill. If Sado can take it, it is over. Team Timing win 2-0. If Solomon can somehow win Game 4, he will have to go to Game 5 to bring it home for his team and take us to that 1v1 set.
Okay, let's go back, Solomon. Bring your Ram Rider back.
Bringing Ram Rider back?
That was a style that I loved out of this player so much last season.
I mean, this season he hasn't even looked at it. He's gone for the Royal Hogs, he's gone for the Balloon, the Royal Giant, and the Graveyard. He hasn't really looked towards the Ram Rider or the Hog Rider. Like, Hog Rider EQ as well is something I know he can play very well.
What do you predict? What do you expect Sado to play? When you're having already 2 wins, just go back to your Game 2 deck.
He'll go Mortar. He'll go back to the,
the comfort zone of his own?
He'll go to that deck that never wins for him. Hold on, let me find it. He'll go back to the Graveyard, Mortar, Cannon Cart, Musketeer, Knight, Bats, Arrows, Royal Delivery. That's where he's going to go back to. No,
and then you run into, instead of a Graveyard, you run into an RG.
Yeah.
And then your Mortar suddenly breaks down, but here comes match point for Team Timing. As we have Sado on the bottom in blue from Team Timing. Solomon on top from WEDGM. What does he have to keep his team alive? WEDGM on the last.
Do you remember the days where skeletons alone would usually indicate Expo? Days, G-Clef. Okay.
Oh, we've got Cannon Cart. And is it Giant Skeleton Hog? Or
It could be for Solomon, but I'm gonna say that it's Graveyard Mortar for Sado. Okay. Giant Skeleton is gonna start locking up that bridge. Unless it does that. The Fisherman actually put in a cannon cart out of, whoa, almost out of range.
Yeah, that was just in.
Okay, Miner comes in. Royal Delivery is there. Takes out the Fisherman. Is the Graveyard going to come on this one? No, it is not.
So
he's running the Skeletons variant, not the Bats variant. That's one of the main differences Sado plays with. Here he decides whether he goes Skeletons or Bats. I believe that's the change. Let me just quickly double check.
Yeah, from Solomon expecting Balloon to combo with this. It is the Graveyard there, Sado.
The cannon cart actually gets a big connection, and the Fisherman is pulling the Musketeer. That tower is out.
It's gone, man. And the Balloon to respond. Solomon knew that timing was coming.
Delivery is in now, but he's gonna have to chunk a hit. There's no more knockback on that delivery, so he's gonna take 2. I think he's gonna take 3.
Yeah, but still Sado, look at the HP on the top. King Tower only having 1328. Solomon's still not happy about that trade.
Well, Solomon headshake usually means he's powering up, so we'll see what happens here. Sado might be in a world of hurt just from the headshakes, but legitimately, this is one of the first times I think I've seen this work for Sado. And he's going for the 3 crown. Okay, Sado is bloodlusted right now. He is going for the jugular.
Yes, 1328 3 crown. Looks tasty.
Unfortunately, that death damage is going to lock that cannon cart down, but
cannon cart in the pocket, which was expected from Solomon, so Hunter to respond.
It's getting there. 725.
It's getting some damage, but not significant enough.
It got a good couple of hundred damage. It was the Royal Delivery coming down that helped save the day there. And the problem with Graveyard going for that 3 crown jugular is that you do have 2 towers to contend with, unless you're distracting them with something in the middle, which would be the cannon cart.
Yeah, which is very expected from Solomon. And from Sado, so Solomon can have an easy defense, but gotta worry about this mega push first.
Skeletons there to pull back, Knight to pull back. Now you have the delivery. The Musketeer is now targeting the Balloon.
Yeah, more than enough.
Graveyard comes in against 1 Royal Recruit. The cannon cart isn't going to be able to do it.
Yeah, not in the pocket because he was expecting the Hunter to connect a few of the Skeletons.
However, with this Fisherman pulling it into the center, Mortar is aggressively played here. And with 2 cannons,
that's 1.
That's it. He can't do it. The poison comes down. Sado finishes the day off with a all-kill of WEDGM. Team timing go from strength to strength. WEDGM, their woes just get bigger and bigger. What is going on with WEDGM, G-Clef?
They're bleeding too much. How far can they go down? This is very unlikely story for WEDGM. What in the world? Sado, of course, played great, but WEDGM to fall this much already in the season was no one has expected with the same roster that did really well last season.
Yeah, they came second last season, but look at this damage those Skeletons get done. That's why Graveyard is so good. But with this deck, I feel like that's only the 2nd time it's won. The first time he actually beat Moogie with it. And then it lost to a whole bunch of people.
It was a Graveyard matchup that Sado basically took from having another win condition, but that's almost a BM.
No. What it is, he's made a death zone. That Fisherman helped make a death zone. You had the cannon at the bridge, you had the cannon in the middle, and a mortar in that side.
And Hunter was way too close to it, so it doesn't lock onto it.
Anything that you put in that center, anything that you put around that is gone. There's just too much there. And I got to admit, when I saw this deck coming out, I was like, Sado, you're a madman. Clearly you want either Nuri or whoever else is left on the team, Greed, to come out and get a win. But look at that, 5 wins, 7 crowns. Fantasy Royale will be lit because I took Sado off my team.
That's right.
Just this morning. I give up. Fantasy Royale, I give up.
A lot less gems for you, Simon, now.
I was in the top 10 today. If I'd have kept Sado, I'd be pushing up
top
probably
3 maybe.
3, yeah. All right. Seriously though, Sado getting 3 kills in a row. It's good to see him back. It's good to see him playing a variety of decks because he has kind of been locked on that deck you just saw. He's played it so many times this season. He has varied it today. He played 3 different decks.
And playing many different decks, I think you open up a lot more chances for you to run into better matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, just staying in the meta is always fine, but always trying to find something new. I think that's the key. Every season, not just in 2v2, 1v1, it's working fine as long as you can master the deck. Sort of like what Mugi's doing. I mean, how many more can he actually bring out which he mastered already?
He's an alien, dude. He's mastered Clash Royale, and every card
in human form.
Every card
that
they
must
release.
Be the reason.
Every card they release for the next year, he's already played it, dude. I'm telling you, it's a time traveling alien. He's already played. He already knows what's going to happen. It's been a great night of Clash. Mugi, 5 in a row. He got King of the Hill, King of the Hill, King of the Hill, 1v1, 1v1. Before that, he got another all kill. That's 8 in a row. 8 wins in a row just blows my mind.
Soon we're going to run out of fingers to count. Like, add my fingers to it.
I know. I'm going to have to bust out the toes. I might have to start counting in base 12. Like,
let's see how far he goes, man. Like, there has to be a fall, or it doesn't have to be a fall, but there must be a match where you just lose one, you know?
There has to be something, right? There has to be something that can slow him down.
What if KK, like, never plays a game because of Mugi? It's possible. But we've got lots of more games, lots of more weeks to go through in the regular season.
Sado getting an all kill really does bring a tear to this heart of mine. But what a day it has been. TTG 0, Nova Esports 2, Ponos 2, Talon 1, Team Timing 2, WEDGM. The Nova game was probably the most back and forth game I think we've had today. LCUp did close it up though.
Yep. Big comeback of LCA, what he can show on stage. Went all the way to Game 3 in 2v2 and also Game 5. But closing out with 2-0 score. The actual games were so much closer than what you see on the screen. And here's the updated standing. Okay, Nova Esports. With the different roster, this was exactly what they expected.
And Team Timing, 3rd place is not what we were expecting. And Ponos actually being 2nd, 3-1, their time is definitely seeming to be now.
Yeah,
because
with 5 matches. And no one else has played 5 matches.
Team Timing have played more matches than everyone else. Tomorrow's matches, it's going to be Fab versus Kix. Nova versus Ponos promises to be an absolutely insane game. And then Talon versus TTG. Talon have been on a bit of a rise lately. Things are just going right for a lot of these teams, and I'm just, what's gonna happen for the rest of the? I don't know, man.
I mean, every season when we go through, I think it's exciting in different ways, but this season, especially with the 2v2 coming back, a lot of new players kicking in hot. It's awesome. It's better than ever that has been.
And honestly, I don't know how it can get better, but tomorrow promises to be an absolutely insane day. Game 2 tomorrow is probably going to be the highlight.
Oh man, can't wait.
But every game this season has seemingly been a lot closer than it looks on paper. There's been quite a few all kills this season. Will we see more tomorrow? Find out. Good night, everybody.